do swear in the name of Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. You can proceed and sign the oath.
Thank you.
The Honorable Abubakar Talib. Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have 2 communications to make. The first one is on the reintroduction of bills and the manner of initiating legislative proposals to amend the Constitution through parliamentary initiative. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House following the swearing in, induction, and the official opening. It is my hope that the events have been beneficial and enriching to your knowledge of the House and its workings as we commence the 13th Parliament. As you are aware, and for the benefit of the new members, the period before the approval of the Cabinet and the formation of committees is usually characterized by light business in the House and is therefore somewhat relaxed. This is attributable to less business emanating from the executive or committees for consideration by the House. Once the Cabinet and principal secretaries are fully in place, the House calendar becomes crowded with majority and minority party businesses. Honorable members, I also wish to bring to the attention of the House that going by our practices and standing orders, all business that was not concluded at the end of the last Parliament has lapsed. However, in its wisdom, the 12th Parliament amended the standing orders to save certain business from part of the pre-legislation processes. In particular, the House amended Standing Order 114A, 1C, and D to exempt certain bills from pre-publication scrutiny upon their lapsing, to allow members to reintroduce the bills if they so wish. Honorable members, for clarity, the Standing Order 114A, 1C, and D states as follows, and I quote, Speaker to exempt certain legislative proposals. 11A1, the Speaker may exempt a legislative proposal from the provision of Standing Order 114, in brackets, introduction of bills, if the proposal, C, is identical to a proposal that was passed by the House but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament, or D, was introduced by the same member and read a second time, but lapsed at the expiry of the term of the preceding Parliament. In this regard, honorable members, the House provided a window that allows expedited reintroduction of bills. The first category relates to the expedited reintroduction of bills that were passed by the House in the last Parliament but lapsed in the Senate. The second category allows consideration of bills which had gone beyond second reading. Honorable members, under the new procedure, these bills can now be republished in the same form as initially passed by the House and are exempted from republication scrutiny. In this regard, the bills which may benefit from the expedited reintroduction under the first category are as follows. 1. The Livestock and Livestock Products Marketing Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Mandera North, the Honorable Bashir Abdullahi MP. 2. The National Youth Council Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2019, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 3. The National Disaster Management Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Kikuyu, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP. 4. The Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2019, and the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, which were initially sponsored by the then member for Undanyi, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. 5. The Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Tiati, the Honorable Kasait Kamket MP. 6. The Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Matuga, the Honorable Tandaza Kazim Sawa, MP. 7. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019, which was sponsored by the Mother of the House, the member for Super, the Honorable Mili Odhiambo Mabona MP. 8. The Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Kingara MP. 9. The Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, which was sponsored by the then member for Keses, the Honorable Swarab Mishra. 10. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 65 of 2019. This bill was sponsored in the last Parliament by the then member for Homa Bay County, the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Can the honorable members at the bar take their seats? (11) The Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2019, which was sponsored in the last Parliament by the then member for Kandui, the Honorable Wafula Wamunyinyi. 12. The Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2020, which was sponsored in the last Parliament by the member for Ndiwa, the Honorable Martin Peters Owino MP. Honorable members, in light of the foregoing, the bills that were sponsored by former members, any member is at liberty to take them up and have them reintroduced. 8. In this regard, sponsors of the bills or any other member who is interested in publishing any of the aforementioned bills is encouraged to write to my office seeking approval to introduce a specified bill from the above list. The earlier you do this, the better for you. Honorable members, it is of course expected that those who have been re-elected or nominated back to this House would naturally take up their respective bills from the list that I've read to you. Honorable members, the second category refers to expedited reintroduction of bills which went beyond second reading but lapsed before consideration at the Committee of the Whole. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 114A1D, these can be reintroduced by the same members who initially sponsored them and would be exempted from pre-publication scrutiny. The bills in this category include the following. 1, the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru Mwangi MP. 2, the Alcoholic Drinks Control Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro MP. 3, the Kenya Food and Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2019, which was sponsored by the member for Endabes, the Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose. 4, the Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kimilili, the Honorable Didmas Baraza MP. 5, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2020, the Penal Code Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2021, both of which were sponsored by the member for Nakuru Town East, the Honorable David Gikaria MP. Honorable members, the following 29 bills, other bills did not go beyond the second reading, but may be reintroduced by the same or other member pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 114, introduction of bills, after undergoing pre-publication scrutiny. 1, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Mwatate, the Honorable Andrew Mwadime. The Birth and Death Registration Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Gilgil, the Honorable Martha Wangari MP. 3, the Alcoholic Drinks Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Undanyi, the Honorable Danson Mokuona MP. 4, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Thika Town, the Honorable Patrick Wainaina. 5, the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2020, which was sponsored by the then member for Nyaribari Chache, the Honorable Richard Tongi. 6, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2020, which was sponsored by former nominated member Gideon Keter. 7, the Farmers and Poisons Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Nandi Hills, the Honorable Alfred Keter. 8, the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Garissa Town, the Honorable Aden Dwale MP. 9, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Embakasi Central, the Honorable Benjamin Gadhiru Mwangi MP. 10, the Poverty Eradication Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Sirisia, the Honorable John Waluke Koi MP. 11, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2020, which was sponsored by the former nominated member, the Honorable Gideon Keter. 12, the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kandara, the Honorable Alice Wahome MP. 13, the Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2020, which was sponsored by the member for Kaiti, the Honorable Joshua Kivinda Kimilu MP. 14, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Chepalungu, the Honorable Gideon Koskei. 15, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Butula, the Honorable Joseph Oyula MP. 16, the Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2021, which was sponsored by the member for Samburu West, the Honorable Naisula Laisuda MP. 17, the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2021, which was sponsored by the then member for Wajir South, the Honorable Mohammed Sheikh. 18, the Child Justice Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Suba, the Honorable Milo Diambo Mabona MP. 19, the Sexual Offences Bill, National Assembly Bill number 24 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Member Gadhoni Wamshomba MP. 20, the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2020, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nelson Koech MP. 21, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Nimrod Mbai MP. 22, the Whistleblower Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 50 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Irene Kasalu MP. 23, the Geriatric Bill 2021, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2021, which was sponsored by the Honorable Gadhoni Wamshomba MP. 24, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Naisula Lesuda MP. 25, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2022, which was sponsored by the Honorable Wilberforce Oundo MP. 26, the Valuers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Old Jolorok, the Honorable Michael Muchira MP. 27, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kisumu East, the Honorable Shakil Shabir MP. 28, the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Nganga Kihara MP. And 29, the National Land Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2022, which was sponsored by the member for Kilifi North, Honorable Owen Baya MP. Can I allow the members at the bar to take their seats? Honorable members, cognizant of the work that went into the processing of the said bills by committees and the efforts made by the members to have the bills published in the last Parliament, I request the committees to which this legislative proposal will be referred to expedite their consideration at the pre-publication scrutiny stage. Should conclusion of the scrutiny of the bills be inordinately delayed, the House Business Committee, which I will chair, will not hesitate to move this House to exempt the bills from pre-publication scrutiny so as to ensure that the bills proceed without undue delay. Honourable members, you will also recall that before the adjournment of the 12th Parliament, as I had noted in my acceptance speech, the House made progressive amendments to the rules of this House. Amongst them is the new Standing Order 114(7)(a), which prescribes a new sui generis procedure for conducting pre-publication scrutiny of legislative proposals seeking to amend the Constitution. Standing Order 114(7)(a) provides that in respect of a proposal to amend the Constitution, the proposal shall be accompanied by signatures of at least 50 other members in support, unless it is sponsored by the majority party or the minority party. Honourable members, since the commencement of this Parliament, I have received several requests from members wishing to introduce legislative proposals to amend the Constitution. Among them are members for Kishugu constituency, the Honourable Robert Githinji Gichumu, and the member for Matungulu, Honourable Stephen Mule MP. The two members are proposing to amend the Constitution to anchor the National Government Constituency Development Fund in the Constitution. In this regard, honourable members, I request that any member seeking to introduce a legislative proposal to amend the Constitution does comply with the requirements of Standing Order 114(7)(a). This requires attachment of the signatures of at least 50 other members to the legislative proposal for approval by the Speaker. Honourable members, the new Standing Order 114(7)(a), in my view, shall enrich the legislative proposal process as it seeks to provide for consensus through collection of views of other members, the Attorney General, the Constitutional Commissions, and the Kenya Law Reform Commission on any proposed amendments to the Constitution. Indeed, honourable members, the new Standing Order actualizes the provisions of Article 256(2) of the Constitution, which obligates Parliament to publicize any bill to amend the Constitution and facilitate public discussion. It is also notable that Standing Order 114(1), as amended, also allows members to co-sponsor bills in the House. In this regard, members with legislative proposals dealing with the related issues may opt to co-sponsor legislative proposals for introduction in the House. Honourable members, when adopting the report of the Procedure and House Rules Committee on amendments to standing orders, the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament also noted that there is need to amend a number of statutes that have implication on the rules of procedure. The intention of the proposed amendments is to keep them in accord with the Constitution, related laws, and the reality of modern times. The Hansard of the afternoon session of Tuesday, 31st May 2022, records that the committee also tabled 4 draft legislative proposals containing amendments to statutes that were proposed to be urgently considered to operationalize certain procedures of the House. Honourable members, the said proposals are: 1, the draft Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to enlarge the time for consideration of the budget policy statement from 14 to 21 days. 2, the draft Political Parties Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to require the Register of Political Parties to convey certified copies of all coalition agreements to the clerk of each House of Parliament. 3, the draft Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill 2022 that sought to streamline the membership of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. 4, the draft Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill 2022, that sought to involve the Public Petitions Committee in the determination of the admissibility of petitions and the full consideration of all admissible petitions. 5, the Draft Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2022, that sought to ensure the negative resolutions of the House on statutory instruments are implemented. Honorable members, to this end, the acting clerk of the National Assembly has informed me that the legislative proposals have been finalized. Consequently, to the extent that the 12th Parliament did resolve that the proposals be prioritized, I direct that they be urgently introduced in the House. Honorable members, I have yet another communication to make. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, this communication relates to the constitution of the House Business Committee in this session of the 13th Parliament, the first session. Honorable members, as you are aware, today is the first sitting of the House following the official opening of the 13th Parliament last week. By practice, the first business of the House at the beginning of each session is the formation of the House Business Committee. Subsequently, the committee, once constituted, proceeds to determine and set the business of the House. The next set of business that follows is the consideration and passage of several procedural motions under Standing Order 97 relating to limitation of time during debates in the House. Thereafter, with respect to the first sitting following a general election, the House debates the President's address as contemplated under Standing Order 24-6. Honorable members, as you will note from today's order paper, the motion for the approval of the membership of the House Business Committee is not one of the business to be transacted today. This is because a question has since arisen relating to the constitution of the committee with respect to the names of persons under paragraphs B, C, D, and E of Standing Order 171-1. To illustrate this, honorable members, allow me to refer to the Standing Order 171-1. This rule provides that the House Business Committee consists of the following. A, the Speaker, who shall be the chairperson. B, the leader of the majority party or representative designated in writing. C, the leader of the minority party or representative designated in writing. D, the whip of the majority party or representative designated in writing. E, the whip of the minority party or representative designated in writing. F, 9 other members who shall be nominated by the parliamentary parties and approved by the House at the commencement of every session, reflecting the relative majorities of the seats held by each of the parliamentary parties in the National Assembly and taking into consideration the interests of the parties and other than parliamentary parties and independents. Honorable members, from what I have just read, you will note that the House Business Committee consists of a total of 14 members. It is also notable that besides the Speaker, 4 members sit in the committee by virtue of their offices. These are the leader of majority party, the leader of the minority party, the whip of the majority party, and the whip of the minority party. Honorable members, to this end, I wish to inform you that I received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Secretary General of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, MP, In the letter, the member for Suna East also signs off as the majority whip of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. In a nutshell, honorable members, the letter conveys that at its parliamentary group meeting held on the 16th to 17th September 2022, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party elected the following as its House leaders in the National Assembly. 1, the Honorable James Opio Wandai MP as the leader of the majority. 2, the Honorable Robert Mbui MP as the deputy leader of the majority. 3, the Honorable Junet Mohammed as the majority whip. And 4, the Honorable Sabina Chege MP as the deputy majority whip. Honorable members, I also wish to inform you that I received another letter dated 22nd September 2022 from the member for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo, MP. In the letter, which he also signs off as the majority chief whip of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, he notifies that in discharge of his role under Standing Order 119A7, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September 2022 at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons to the specified offices. 1, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, the member for Kikuyu constituency, leader of the majority party. 2, the Honorable Owen Baya MP, the member for Kilifi North constituency, deputy leader of the majority party. Honorable members, in this letter, the member for South Mugirango also attaches an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting signed by the attendees. Honorable members, on the same day, I also received a letter from the member for Kikuyu constituency, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, dated 22nd September 2022. In the letter, the member for Kikuyu constituency signs off as leader of the majority party and conveys that the Kenya Kwanza Coalition held its parliamentary group meeting on 16th and 17th September at Sawela Lodge in Naivasha and elected the following persons as the chief whip and deputy chief whip. The Honorable Silvanos Osoro Onyengo MP, member for South Mugirango, chief whip, and the Honorable Naomi Jilo Wago, MP, member for Marsabit County, as the deputy chief whip. Similarly, honorable members, the member for Kikuyu constituency also attached an excerpt of the minutes of the parliamentary group meeting and a list of members who attended the meeting, duly signed by the attendees. In his letter to me, the member for Kikuyu constituency indicated that he was discharging his role under Standing Order 20A3A, which requires the name of the person designated as the majority party whip and majority party deputy whip to be communicated to the speaker by the leader of the majority party. Honorable members, on 22nd September 2022, I also received a letter dated 21st September 2022 from the Honorable Jeremiah Ngayu Kioni, identifying the following members as the leadership of the Jubilee Party parliamentary group in the House. The Honorable Shurie Abd Omar MP, member from Balambala, as the leader. The Honorable Samuel Arama MP, member for Nakuru Town West, as the whip. The Honorable Sarah Korere MP, member for Laikipia North, as deputy whip. And the Honorable Adan Kainan MP, member for Elders, as secretary. Can the members at the bar take their seats? Honorable members, order. The distinguished immediate former member for Ndarakwa constituent signs over as Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, and in the letter, he also notes that Jubilee Party remains a member of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. Honorable members, ordinarily and in keeping with the requirement of Standing Order 19A14 and 20A5, following receipt of the names and attendant accompanying documentation, as your Speaker, I'm supposed to convey the names of the leadership of the majority party and that of the minority party and the whips of any parliamentary party in the House to the assembled House. If the House is not sitting, the standing orders require me to notify members in the usual manner of Speaker's notification to all members. Honorable members, in this action, it is this action that subsequently sets in motion the next steps. In this case, the clerk would write to the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, copying the respective whips, asking for the names of the 9 members nominated to sit in the House Business Committee under Standing Order 17(1)F. Thereafter, the clerk would publish the names in the order paper for approval by the House at its first sitting session, which would have been today. Honorable members, faced with these conflicting correspondences, you will agree with me that it is impossible for me and the clerk to discharge those requirements of the standing orders at this moment. You will also agree with me that from the foregoing, 3 pertinent questions arise at this moment. These are: 1, who is the bona fide leader of the majority party and who is the bona fide leader of the minority party in this House? 2, in absence of a House Business Committee, what business is to be transacted by this House for the next few days before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined? 3, before the question of leadership of the majority and the minority party is determined, who is to move the business in the House and whose moving is ordinarily reserved for the party leaders? With respect to the first question, honorable members, I will reserve the rest of today's sitting to allow the House to address me on this matter so that I can make a reasoned retreat and ruling. So I can retreat to make a reasoned ruling and guidance to the House. Honorable members, with respect to the second question on what business to be transacted by this House for the next few days, before the question of the leadership of the majority and the minority parties determined, allow me to guide you as follows. First, honorable members, as you are aware, Standing Order 30 hours of meeting provides that the House shall meet on Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, Wednesdays at 9 a.m. for the morning sitting, and 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sitting, and Thursdays at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon sittings. It is therefore clear that with or without any scheduled business, the House must sit on the prescribed days and times. Indeed, honorable members, Standing Order 30 dictates that tomorrow the House shall sit in the morning from 9:30 a.m. and in the afternoon commencing at 2:30. That is mandatory, and your Speaker has no authority to stop commencement of a sitting of the House unless in very exceptional circumstances which are not obtaining here. Indeed, as your Speaker, I have constitutional obligation to ensure continuity of the business of this House at all times. The only authority granted to the Speaker with respect to the time of sitting is to vary the time of commencement or adjournment of the sittings, but only for the convenience of the House. Honorable members, further, the Standing Order 38 providing for the preparation and circulation of the order paper obligates the clerk to prepare an order paper indicating the business to be transacted by the House. In this regard, it's also mandatory that before every sitting of the House, there should be an order paper which will be published on the parliamentary website and made available to members at least 12 hours before the House meets. It is for this reason that I authorize the clerk to publish the order paper that is before you this afternoon, and which she also published on the website during the weekend. Honorable members, if you look at the order paper, the business listed there is procedural motions, and for the benefit of new members, a procedural motion is one that concerns the manner or time of consideration of a matter before the House. Procedural motions include motions on limitation of debate, where members are allocated a specific period of time within which they may speak on a matter before the House, and a motion for exemption of business from specified provisions of the standing orders. Honorable members, Standing Order 24.5 provides that whenever the President delivers an address, a member may, as soon as practicable thereafter, lay the address on the table of the House. Standing Order 24.6 further provides that a member may give notice of motion that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of the President. But debate on the motion shall not exceed 4 sitting days. What is contemplated under Standing Order 24.6 is that the debate on the speech of the President shall not be interrupted by a dilatory motion. Honorable members, by practice of our Parliament, debate on the President's address is accorded priority before any other business, save for procedural motions. It therefore naturally follows the business that is to be transacted by the House for the next 4 sittings is debate on the President's address. This therefore settles the second question. Honorable members, allow me to also note that the debate on the speech of the President ordinarily accords first-time members the solemn opportunity to make their maiden speech in the House. This opportunity for new members, in my view, should not be curtailed by the question of the majority and minority leadership and the composition of the House Business Committee. However, honorable members, it's worth noting that the continuity of the business of the House will not and should not in any way be seen to prejudice the determination of the question of the leadership of the majority and minority parties in the House. In this regard, since there is no objection as to who the Deputy Speaker is, I will exercise my powers under Standing Order number 1 and authorize the Deputy Speaker to move certain business as follows. At Order number 5, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to lay certain papers in the House which have a statutory deadline and which the law requires that they must be laid in the House when it first sits, which is today. 2, at Order number 6, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to give notice of motion on the noting of the President's address. 3, at Order number 8, I will allow the Deputy Speaker to move the procedural motion on limitation of debate on the President's address under Standing Order 97. Moving of the rest of the 10 procedural motions will stand stayed until a later time. And 4, tomorrow morning at Order number 8, I will also allow the Deputy Speaker to move the business under Standing Order 24.6, being the motion on debate on the President's address. This shall give honorable members an opportunity to debate the President's address for 4 sitting days, starting tomorrow morning, Wednesday, 5th October 2022, until Tuesday, 11th October 2022. Honorable members, this now settles the third and last question. The House is accordingly guided, and may I now ask the clerk to read the next orders. After the House concludes with Order number 8, I'll allow the honorable members to address me on the question of majority and minority party leadership. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. 1. Speech by His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, September 29th, the year 2022. 2. Legal notice number 65 of 2022 relating to the capital markets whistleblower regulations of the year 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 3. Legal notice number 86 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid General Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 4. Legal notice number 87 of 2022 relating to the Legal Aid Code of Conduct for Accredited Legal Aid Providers Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 5. Legal notice number 94 of 2022 relating to the Suppliers Practitioners Management Council Election Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. I'll repeat that. Number 6, legal notice number 95 of 22 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Conduct of Clinical Trials Regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 7, legal notice number 96 of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. Legal notice 9, legal notice number 98 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Amendment Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 10, legal notice number 99 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Pharmaceutical Waste Management Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 11, legal notice number 100 of 2022 relating to the Pharmacy and Poisons Registration of Health Products and Technologies Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Health. 12, legal notice number 101 of 2022 relating to Crops MIRA Regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 13, legal notice number 102 of 2022 relating to the Coffee General Amendment Regulations of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 14, notice number 120 of 2022 relating to the National Transport Safety Authority, Transport Network Companies, Owners, Drivers and Passengers Regulations from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. 141 of 2022 relating to the Kenya Roads Board General Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development. 16, legal notice number 146 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Quality Review Assurance Regulations and of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 17, legal notice number 147 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Standard of Professionals and Practice and Ethical Conduct Regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. 18, legal notice number 152 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Examination Rules of 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning. And finally, number 19, legal notice number 153 of 2022 relating to the Accountants Regulations 2022 and an explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and Planning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, order.
Speaker, I want you to give us direction. It looks like most of these legal notice are of the previous administration.
Order, Honorable Tuale. You're jumping the gun. I have a communication on this. You can intervene after my communication. Honorable members, I have a short communication on the statutory instruments submitted between 4th June 2022 and 4th October 2022. Honorable members, as you may have noticed this afternoon, in fact a few minutes ago, the Deputy Speaker has laid before the House 18 sets of statutory instruments. The statutory instruments, commonly referred to as regulations, were submitted during the Sindhia recess of the 12th Parliament, while others were submitted just after the inauguration of the 13th Parliament. Honorable members, the Statutory Instruments Act number 23 of 2013 provides that upon receipt of such statutory instruments, they should be tabled in Parliament within 7 days, or if the House is not sitting, as soon as possible when the House next sits. In this regard, honorable members, it is for this reason that I have allowed the Deputy Speaker to lay the 18 sets of regulations this afternoon. The consideration of the different regulations will now await the establishment of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The committee should consider them within 28 sitting days thereafter. Honorable members, on a similar note, by way of letter dated 9th September 2022, the Honorable Attorney General brought to the attention of all state departments and agencies the provisions of Section 21 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. The effect of this provision is that A, there is a general revocation of statutory instruments 10 years after their making, unless they are repealed or a regulation is made exempting them from expiry. Subject to this provision, all statutory legislations enacted prior to the commencement of the Act stand to be revoked and are thus null and void as from 25th January 2023. B, an extension of the statutory instruments may be made for 12 months, subject to the consultation between the respective Cabinet Secretary and relevant parliamentary committee. Honorable members, it will be recalled that during passage of the Finance Act 2022 in June this year, this House extended the period of automatic revocation of regulations made under the laws relating to tax matters. This includes regulations made under the following statutes. 1, the Income Tax Cap 470. 2, the Stamp Duty Act Cap 480. 3, the Value Added Tax number 35 of 2013. 4, the Tax Appeals Tribunal Act number 40 of 2013. 5, the Excise Duty Act number 23 of 2015. And 6, the Tax Procedures Act number 29 of 2015. Honorable members, it is therefore expected that the state departments and agencies will approach the committee upon its establishment to consider whether similar treatment may be accorded to the rest of the impugned regulations to avoid any form of legislative crisis in the country. Honorable members, what this means is that the entry of the Committee on Delegated Legislation is already full even before it's established. The House is now accordingly informed and guided. Honorable Duale, does that solve your issue?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. We'll now go back to the order. Yes.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion: that the thanks of the House be recorded for the exposition of the public policy contained in the address of the President delivered on Thursday, September 29th, 2022.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate on the address by the President.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion: that noting the Standing Order 24(6) provides that the debate on the motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sittings, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97(1), this House orders that the debate on the motion on the address by His Excellency the President under Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution, delivered on the 29th of September 2022 on the opening of Parliament, shall be limited as follows: no more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying. 2, no more than 15 for the designated party leaders. And 3, no more than 10 minutes for the other members speaking. And 4, at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Honorable Speaker, in moving the motion, permit me to inform the House, for the benefit of the newly elected members, that parliamentary debates are oral exchanges of opinions intended to facilitate the House in plenary to arrive at a collective decision-making on certain issues. Debates can take place on special occasions, such as opening speeches, or at different stages of the examination of proposed legislation. Debates provide opportunities for us as members to discuss government policies, proposed laws, deliberate on current issues. Honorable Speaker, sir, debates allow members of Parliament to consider and address the concerns and interests of their constituents. Members can also speak about issues brought to their attention by the public. Debates are designed to enable the House reach an informed decision on any subject matter. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this understanding, debates are a critical mechanism for us members in this House. Indeed, each member ought to have an opportunity to debate and address issues affecting the citizenry. Honorable Speaker, sir, the object of this procedural motion is to limit debate by allocating the mover 20 minutes to move, 15 minutes for our designated leaders, and at least 10 minutes to any member speaking. This move, honorable members, will see us save time and accord more members an opportunity to make their contributions on the President's speech. In addition, approving this motion will also allow more newly elected members to make their maiden speeches as they contribute to the motion on the floor. Further, Honorable Speaker, when you calculate the time allocated for this motion, it totals to 1,020 minutes. If each member speaking contributes for 10 minutes, you will notice that less than 102 members will have contributed to this motion. I will therefore be seeking for extension of the sitting of time through this procedural motion to afford more members time to debate the motion. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is against this backdrop that I urge members to support this motion to enable the House debate the President's speech and to allow more members to make their contributions on the address of the President within the 4 sittings as envisaged in Understanding Order 24(6). Honorable Speaker, I now beg to move and request The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, member for Kitui Central, to second this motion.
Who is seconding? Makali Mulu. Yeah. The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to second this important motion. But before I do that, Honorable Speaker, just to, first of all, quote your own statement. Since there is no doubt who the MP for Kitui Central is, I think I want to take this opportunity to thank my people before I second this motion. Because this is the first time I'm getting the opportunity to speak in the 13th Parliament. These Kitui Central people, Honorable Speaker, are very special. They have given me a third term, which is not easy, and I must thank them. Honorable Speaker, this motion is very important, and the reason I'm seconding it, Honorable Speaker, is because it will give the House the opportunity to look at the proposed policies by the new government, to look at the proposed legal frameworks, because they say they'll be coming to this Parliament with some amendment to the law, and also it gives the new members an opportunity to make the amended speech, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I even support more the issue of the 10 minutes is because the new members will have time to say thank you to the people who voted for them. It was indeed to win this election, Honorable Speaker. And as they are aware, Honorable Speaker, when you are making your amended speech, you are not interrupted by anybody. So you take your 10 minutes and say what you want to say. But even as you do that, Honorable Speaker, it will be important that they remember that it will be debating and raised by the President. Honorable Speaker, even though this address was very short by all standards, but I think, Honorable Speaker, it has a lot of important policy statements and a lot of legal framework which is required for the President to implement some of the things he has promised Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, that as a House, we need to limit debate to the allowed timelines in terms of minutes, Honorable Speaker. And by doing that, we'll have more members debating to this motion. But, Honorable Speaker, even as we say that, I want to urge honorable members to take time and read through the statement itself. Because, Honorable Speaker, it will not make a lot of sense if we all come here and we are talking before reading into required details the President's address, Honorable Speaker. I was able to listen to the speech, but I will take a lot of time. And I want really to encourage my colleagues in the Azimio coalition, because our work is to make sure that we really objectively analyze the policies.
Order Makali, Honorable Makali. Yes, Honorable Pukose. Give Honorable Pukose the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know I'm standing on point of order on anticipation of debate. The Honorable Makali Mulu is already debating. It's not relevant to what he was supposed to second. He's already debating a motion that is not yet before the House. So I think he should stick with the relevance. Yeah.
Honorable Makali.
Huh?
You are seconding a motion as to whether the time set out are the times we should abide by.
Honorable Speaker, I think I've been in this House long enough to know really what needs to be done to a motion like this. What we are saying is debate time will come, but there is no way you expect me just to second a motion by saying I second. You know, Honorable Pokose, Honorable Speaker, is known for saying put the question. And I want to urge the House that this 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, under your guidance, must be a parliament of debate. And the man to watch mostly, Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Pokose, because he's among the guys who don't want people to debate. But with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll now propose the question that noting that Standing Order 24-6 provides that debate on a motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sitting days, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that the debate on the motion on the address by HE the President under Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution delivered on 29 September 2022, opening of a new Parliament, shall be limited as follows: no more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in reply, no more than 15 minutes for the designated party leaders, no more than 10 minutes for any other member speaking, and at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Is that is that the mood in the House? Is that the mood of the House? Honourable members, there being no interest in debating this procedural motion, I'll now put the question. That noting that the Standing Order 24-6 provides that debate on a motion on the address by the President shall be limited to not more than 4 sitting days, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, this House orders that debate on the motion on the address by His Excellency the President under Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution delivered on 29 September 2022, opening of a new Parliament, shall be limited as follows: no more than 20 minutes for the mover in moving and 10 minutes in replying, no more than 15 minutes for the designated party leaders, no more than 10 minutes for any other member speaking, and at least 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. As members of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Order, honourable members. Next order. We go back. Order, honourable members. As I communicated earlier, we have an issue in the House on the leadership and the contested communications before the Speaker. Before we make a determination and direction, I want to give the House the remainder of the time this afternoon to ventilate on this matter. I urge you to debate with decorum. This House is not a political rally. We don't want to use this as a platform to engage in trivia and to engage in parochial politics. The matter as to who is the majority and minority must be grounded in our standing orders, in the law, in the Constitution, and in the facts. So I want to urge honourable members to give each other time to speak without unnecessary interruptions. I also want to urge those speaking to avoid unhelpful provocations of situations that can create unnecessary exchanges, because what we want is to have a House guided and led by our own standing orders, the law, and the Constitution. So I'll invite members to contribute to this debate. I'll give the first opportunity to the protagonists. That is the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah and Opiyo Wandayi. The rest I will then give to their whips, who are also protagonists, and then open debate to the rest of the House. I will start with the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you have clearly guided, Honorable Speaker, let me also begin to give my take on this issue of the Leader of Majority. First, Honorable Speaker, by thanking members of my coalition, Kenya Kwanza, who voted for me and elected to have me as their leader of majority. Honorable Speaker, let me also take the opportunity to thank the great people of Kikuyu who have afforded me a third opportunity to continue serving them as their member of parliament, Kikuyu, and as I dedicate my time also to serve this house as the leader of majority designate from Kenya Kwanza. Honorable Speaker, the question that you are being asked to make an informed decision on.
Honorable Chungwa, there's a point of order. Yes, the Honorable John Badi.
Mr. Speaker, I am alive to the fact that we have very many new members, but we need to start training them from day one. The Honorable Member, I'm yet to learn his name, has twice crossed the floor, going the other side and coming back without going to the bar. I hope, in terms of orientation, we want to help you next time. You must go to the bar, and then you go to the other side. So, Mr. Speaker.
For our new colleagues in the House, it is out of order to walk across the aisle. If you want to cross the floor to talk to your colleagues across, you go up to the bar, you bow, and then you walk across. And for avoidance of doubt on the debate, the Honorable Ichungwa and those who will speak, if I see a lot of interest already on the screen, so that you organize your thoughts properly, I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes, I'll give Wandai 15 minutes, and the rest of the members will start off with about 10 minutes. If the interest continues persisting, I'll reduce it to 5.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'll endeavor to do so in the 15 minutes. And Honorable Speaker was saying the question that you're being called upon to make a decision on, Honorable Speaker, is well grounded in our Constitution, in Article 108 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, that establishes the office of the Leader of Majority, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the same, Honorable Speaker, is replicated in Standing Order number 19 of our standing orders. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to quote from the Constitution, the Constitution tells us there shall be a leader of the majority party and a leader of the minority party. 2, the leader of the majority party shall be the person who is the leader in the National Assembly of the largest party or coalition of parties. Honorable Speaker, it then goes ahead to designate who will be the leader of the minority party as the leader of the second largest party or coalition of political parties. Honorable Speaker, indeed the question that is before you and before this House, Honorable Speaker, is to simply determine which is the largest coalition of political parties or the largest political party. And that party, Honorable Speaker, must be a parliamentary political party as is stipulated, I think, in Standing Order 20A of our own standing orders, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have said in your communication that you have received letters, I think a letter dated the 21st or 19th of September from the Honorable Junet Mohammed on the 21st of September, Honorable Speaker, who wrote on behalf of the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Political Party. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that as you communicated, you also indicated the Honorable Soro and myself did write to you, communicating the decision of the Kenya Kwanza coalition and who we had elected as leaders of our coalition. Honorable Speaker, you will note from your own communication, whereas we did attach our minutes stating the place, time, and attendees of our parliamentary group meeting, the letter by the Honorable Junet Mohammed has neither the place of that meeting, it has neither the time or the attendees of that meeting. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, because we are a house of procedures, it is important that such letters do indicate who were the attendees, because the questions that are before you, Honorable Speaker, is on the constitution of either the Kenya Kwanza coalition of political parties in this house as parliamentary political parties, or if Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party exists as a coalition of political parties, Honorable Speaker. And it is my humble submission, Honorable Speaker, that those of us who were in this house in the last parliament, in the 13th parliament, Honorable Speaker, in the 12th parliament, Honorable Speaker, you will remember the animated debate that we had as we amended the Political Parties Act through the Political Parties Amendment Bill, Honorable Speaker. A very chaotic debate, Honorable Speaker, and I remember many of us vehemently opposed many of the amendments that were proposed. Top among those amendments was the creation of an amorphous thing, a mongrel sort of thing that was called the coalition political party. Honorable Speaker, what you are being asked today to decide on is anchored in the amendments that we did in the 12th Parliament to our political parties. And the chaos you witness in this House today, in terms of management of our political parties, Honorable Speaker, emanates from the passage of the amendments to that political parties amendment bill in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, the particular amendments, Honorable Speaker, created what certain definitions, and Honorable Speaker, if you read Article 10, or Clause 10 of Section 10 of the bill, it defines what a coalition political party is. Honorable Speaker, it defines what a political party is. And a political party, Honorable Speaker, is said to be, Honorable Speaker, that...
Yes, Honorable Member. Please help me by saying your name and constituency.
And the standing order is standing order.
And the standing order that has been violated.
Yeah, it is on.
You have the mic,
thank you very
member.
much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Karoli Omondi from Suba South.
Yes.
It's quite unfortunate that I begin my statement in this House by raising a point of order, understanding order 2B. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, for this House to debate a matter that should have been determined by the clerk of the House by simply writing a letter to the registrar of political parties to determine the relative majorities of the parties in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, that is a matter that is way behind us. I've given direction, and you are under no legal authority to challenge what the Speaker has directed. I also want to encourage members that because of the limited time, and I want to assure you of the capacity and the ability to listen and to determine this matter. Let's give members who are debating some silence listening so that I can hear them properly and bring you back a determination. So unless it's a really serious breach of the standing orders, let's restrain ourselves from raising unhelpful points of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. And Honorable Speaker, I was at a point where I was saying that the current mess that we are witnessing, Honorable Speaker, on this issue is occasioned by the definitions of the words coalition and coalition political party. And Honorable Speaker, for clarity, I wanted to read the definitions as they exist in the Act. That a coalition means an alliance of two or more political parties formed for the purpose of pursuing a common goal and is governed by a written agreement deposited with the registrar. Honorable Speaker, it is worthwhile to note that Kenya Kwanza coalition is a coalition pursuant to that definition. And therefore, it is a coalition of political parties that are governed by a written agreement, Honorable Speaker, which I shall be tabling. We do have a number of coalition agreements that are agreed upon that were signed, Honorable Speaker, and I'll be tabling the coalition agreement between Kenya Kwanza, the parties UDA, the founding parties UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and further agreements with the Umoja na Maendeleo Party. I will also be tabling a coalition agreement between Kenya Kwanza and Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, a further agreement with the Service Party of Kenya, Another agreement, Honorable Speaker, with the Pamoja Alliance, Pamoja African Alliance, PA. A further agreement, Honorable Speaker, with the Maendeleo Chap Party. I shall also be tabling, Honorable Speaker, for your ease of perusal, an agreement between the founding parties of Kenya Kwanza and the Farmers Party. Another one with the Economic Freedom Party, Honorable Speaker. Another one with the Devolution Party of Kenya. One with the Democratic Party of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. The Communist Party of Kenya and Kenya Kwanza Alliance founding parties. Chama cha Kazi, Honorable Speaker. The Democratic Party of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. I will also table one from the National Agenda Party of Kenya. The Grand Dream Development Party, led by our friend and colleague, the Honorable Fabian Muli, and the coalition, post-election coalition agreement between GDDP, post-election, Honorable Speaker, between GDDP and Kenya Kwanza, a post-election coalition agreement between the United Democratic Movement, UDM, and Kenya Kwanza, a post-election coalition agreement between MDG, the Movement for Democracy and Growth, led by our brother and colleague, the Honorable David Ochieng. Honorable Speaker, all these coalitions are to bear witness, Honorable Speaker, that indeed Kenya Kwanza is a coalition of political parties as per the definition of the Act, Honorable Speaker. The second definition, Honorable Speaker, is one of a coalition political party. And the Act tells us that this means a coalition registered by the registrar as a political party. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would beg, Honorable Speaker, and I want to challenge my colleague, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, and the Honorable Opio Wandai, who you called my protagonist, but is actually my very good friend, Honorable Speaker. They are here contending to be leading the majority. Honorable Speaker, the question of determining a majority is very easy, because it's just a question of calculating the numbers of parliamentary political parties. And the definition of a parliamentary political party is in this standing order number 20. Honorable Speaker, we must then ask ourselves the question, is the Azimio One Kenya Alliance Coalition political party a party? Is it a parliamentary political party? And the straight answer, Honorable Speaker, is that Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party does not exist as a parliamentary political party. Honorable Speaker, but that does not mean that the constituent parties that came together to form Azimio One Kenya Alliance political party are not parties in their own right. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect to the other parties, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, you have also in your communication alluded to the fact that Jubilee Party, my former party, has also written to you communicating their leadership in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what does that tell you? That Jubilee Party appreciates that Azimio One Kenya Coalition political party does not exist in this House, either as a parliamentary political party or as a coalition of political parties, as per the definition in Article 108 and Standing Order number 19, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that then would mean that ODM, and I want to believe besides KANU, ODM is the oldest political party in this country, with slightly above 80 members of parliament, is then the second largest political party after the Kenya Kwanza coalition of political parties, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, and I don't say this to belittle all the other partners in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, but that is what we created in the mess that was the political parties amendment bill that was debated in this House, Honorable Speaker, over the Christmas recess in December of 2021 and completed in January of this year, Honorable Speaker. I remember, Honorable Speaker, standing in my place somewhere behind here, reminding our colleagues that this law that you have just passed will punish you more than it will ever punish me or those of us that were then called the Tanga or UDA Brigade, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, chickens have come home to roost.
Nobody is being punished, but we are paying for that acrimonious debate and a law that was procured in this assembly in a manner that we should never, ever engage in procuring or in legislating. We are a house that legislates through consultation. We never consulted each other as we passed that law, Honorable Speaker. And it is sad. And I pray, Honorable Speaker, that this 13th Assembly will not take the route and will never take the route that the 12th Assembly took. We must be a house that consults. I am glad, Honorable Speaker, that we sit here with my brother, Honorable Pio Wandai, and my brother, Honorable Jonette, as colleagues in one house, listening to each other and debating, because this is a house of debate, Honorable Speaker. And we must gain the respect and the dignity that we are accorded by the Kenyan people who have elected us by coming to this house, listening to each other and debating. Honorable Speaker, I want to submit, Honorable Speaker, that besides the agreements, Honorable Speaker, that we are tabling, when I say that Azimio One Kenya Alliance, One Kenya Coalition Party, is not a parliamentary political party, it is because the definition as contained in our standing orders stipulates that you must have at least 5% of the members of the National Assembly to be a parliamentary political party. Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party has not a single member of parliament. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, in a case that was filed by Duranira and 4 others versus the Attorney General and 2 others, including the Registrar of Political Parties and 3 others as interested parties, Honorable Speaker, the High Court allowed the constituent parties in Azimio One Kenya to field individual party candidates, and that is what they did. That is why we have 26 parties represented in this House, including ODM, Jubilee, Wiper, UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, and all our other parties. Honorable Speaker, by Gazette notice that was published on the 1st of July 2022, Honorable Speaker, this is the schedule that published all the people who are nominated to run for either president or parliamentary seats. Honorable Speaker, I'll be tabling this Gazette notice. There was only one candidate who ran for the office of President of Kenya, the Honorable Odinga Raila Karua Martha Wangari, who ran as a Azimio One La Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party candidates with the emblem and symbols of the Azimio One Kenya political party. That party has no representation in this House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we only need to ask ourselves if Azimio One Kenya Alliance political party is not represented in this House, and the leader of that alliance is not in this House, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it is only natural that the coalition with the largest number of members in this House, being the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, naturally, the leader of majority and the majority party then is the leader that leads that coalition. And that is yours faithfully, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must also ask ourselves, because I have seen it in the media, Honorable Speaker, and without even quoting, Honorable Speaker, you're also being asked to rule on issues that touch on individual and corporate political rights, because parties belong to people, they are managed by people, and they harbor people. And those people and those parties as corporate entities enjoy political rights in line with Article 38 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you do know that Article 36 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, also guarantees us certain rights that are not, that cannot be taken away, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you must ask yourself, Honorable Speaker, and we must ask ourselves, because the contention, Honorable Speaker, relates to a few of us, especially those members who belong to UDM, who are sitting here, members who belong to MDG, like my brother David Ochieng, who is sitting here, members who belong to Maendeleo Chap Chap, members who belong to the Pamoja African Alliance, PA, and they are in this House, Honorable Speaker. Can you, as Speaker, because that is a question we are asking you to make a determination on, can you, as Speaker, ignore their fundamental right to the freedom to association to be able to associate or coalesce with anybody that they want to coalesce with, as individuals and as political parties. Can that right be taken away, Honorable Speaker, by Clause 22 of the Azimio Agreement? And Honorable Speaker, I will dare challenge my brothers in the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party. I have tabled coalition agreements between parties that assented to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I dare you, table the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party agreements that are signed by any of these political parties. And I would dare you to table that agreement. Because it is also in contention, Honorable Speaker, as to how those agreements were procured, Honorable Speaker. We have had harrowing stories of how people were coerced under the last regime to sign blank pieces of paper with just your party name on a dotted line on one piece of paper, Honorable Speaker, not knowing what you are signing for, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know you have been a senior member of the legal profession, and I do not want to pretend to be one. But at least I did study a little bit of the law of contract as I started for my CPA with the Honorable John Buddy, although I was slightly ahead of him. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable John Buddy might be slightly older than me, but I was slightly ahead of him in the profession. I qualified as a CPA when I was in my first year at the University of Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I was saying in the law of contract, you know any agreement that is obtained either under duress or with the concealment of material facts, that agreement cannot stand in law. Therefore, our brothers in the One Kenya Coalition, I am sorry, and I am sorry to you, and I am sorry to the Kenyan people, because we created this mess right on this floor. And that is why I appeal, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, to our colleagues. This issue, Honorable Speaker, we are confident that you'll be able to make a ruling on it, Honorable Speaker. But as we begin this 13th assembly, I dare say we must never get back to where we got to in the 12th Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We never consulted each other as we made a mess out of the political parties that govern and guide the growth of our democracy. This particular law, as was passed, Honorable Speaker, I said then that it would not only punish us and punish those who are vehemently supporting it, and punish you more than it would punish those who are vehemently opposing it, but it was a dangerous law for the governance of our country and the growth of our democracy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker, that my colleagues in the Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, do know they do not have the numbers. They know. The Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, former member of Ndaragwa, as Secretary General of Jubilee, has written to you, Honorable Speaker, as the Secretary General of Jubilee, communicating their leadership in this House. They do know, Honorable Speaker, that the Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party does not exist in this House. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I must commend ODM because they have been magnanimous to share positions with Jubilee and even with their brothers in Wiper. I must commend ODM as the oldest political party, because ODM is the second largest political party, and that ought to be the leader, the party in the minority, and the Honorable Pio Andai ought to be the leader of minority leading the ODM brigade in this House. And the Honorable Junet can whip the ODM members.
Your time is up.
Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And this being my first time to speak in the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to first and foremost congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of the 13th National Assembly. And also to congratulate my colleagues who have made it to this House this time round. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed pleased to note that you have repeatedly said since your election that you will be the Speaker of the whole House, in spite, of course, of the fact that my coalition did have a candidate against you. Mr. Speaker, I also recognize that you have got immense experience as a parliamentarian, and you are also a distinguished legal practitioner, spanning very many years. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that when I was growing up, I came to learn that you, as a young lawyer then, young advocate, was bold enough to come out and defend some of the victims of the 1982 coup attempt. That goes to say, really, the kind of person you are. And therefore, this House, I believe, stands to benefit immensely from your wise counsel and your very rich experience. But coming back to the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker, I want us to take note of the fact that the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010 makes it at Article 3, Sub-Article 1, an obligation for every single person to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. That responsibility, that obligation is even more so pertinent for some of us who have taken oath of office to defend that Constitution. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening very keenly to my friend and compatriot, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. But let me take you to Article 259 of the Constitution. Article 259 of the Constitution requires that as we interpret the Constitution, we do so in a manner that promotes its purposes. Allow me to just take you through it. That this Constitution shall be interpreted in a manner that, among others, promotes its purposes, values, and principles, and also in a manner that contributes to good governance. What I mean to say, Mr. Speaker, is that you need to undertake a holistic reading of the Constitution for you to arrive at any particular conclusion or determination. Selective reading of the Constitution, or any law for that matter, really, may not be helpful in examining a matter of significance such as the one that we are faced with this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, Article 108 has been spoken to by my colleague, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And there's no doubt, indeed, that under Article 108, both Part 1 and 2, the leader of majority party shall be the person who is the leader of the National Assembly of the largest party or coalition of parties. Mr. Speaker, standing orders of the National Assembly. In fact, those of us who are privileged to be in this House in the 12th Parliament will recall that we did make some amendments towards the end of that House. So, Speaker, the Standing Order number 1 provides, and I want to read, that in all cases where matters are not expressly provided for by these standing orders or by the orders of the House, any procedural question shall be decided by the Speaker. But it goes on to say at Part 2, and this is very important, that the decisions made in paragraph 1 shall be based on the Constitution of Kenya, statute law, and I dare say in this case, the Political Parties Act of 2011, as amended severally, including the amendment of 2022. Statute law and usages, forms, precedents, customs, procedures, traditions, and practices of the Parliament of Kenya and other jurisdictions to the extent that these are applicable to Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we have come to a point where we seem to be asking you to make a decision, to make a determination on a matter that is so well provided for, so expressly provided for by not only the Constitution, the Political Parties Act, but also by our own standing orders. And let me take you to standing order number 2B. Yes, standing order number 2B, Mr. Speaker. And I will read for avoidance of doubt. Clerk to obtain coalition agreements. That is the title or the subtitle of that particular standing order. And members, listen carefully. It says at 2B that the clerk shall obtain from the registrar of political parties a certified copy of any coalition agreement entered into by the two or more parties in the National Assembly for purposes of ascertaining the relative majorities in the House and facilitating the transaction of the business of the House. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to this particular standing order, I dare say, the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I must commend her for her diligence, the acting clerk of the National Assembly on the 2nd of September 2022 did write to the registrar of political parties seeking this information. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the registrar duly responded to her letter on the 9th, so on the 7th of September 2022. The registrar of political parties wrote to the clerk of the National Assembly. And I want to read excerpts of that letter. Mr. Speaker, if I could be allowed to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to correct my former chairman of Public Accounts Committee, but before he leaves Standing Order 2B, Speaker, just like Honorable Chungwa, can he first table the Azimio Agreement as provided and certified by the Registrar of Political Parties?
Can I continue?
Yes. Give him the mic.
So, Speaker, because why am I saying so? Speaker, Standing Order 2B, as correctly read by the Honorable Opio Wandai, is very specific. It says the clerk of the National Assembly will write to the registrar of political parties, one and Deritu, asking the National Assembly to be provided with. So, Mr. Speaker, the basis of our argument is not about the letter. It's about the coalition agreement. We have seen Kenya Kwanza. Can we get the one for? Can we get the one for Azimio?
Honorable members, that is a line of argument that you can pursue, and I'll give you an opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for protecting me from my friend and senior in the House, Honorable Dwali. In the course of my submissions, I will be educating him a little bit on matters law. on matters law. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that on the 7th of September, the registrar of political parties did write back to the clerk of the National Assembly. And she said, request for information on coalition agreements. Request for information on coalition agreements. Reference is made to the above subject matter, and your letter dated 2nd September 2022, whose content is duly noted. Pursuant to Section 10 of the Political Parties Act 2011, as read together with Regulation 21 of the Political Parties Registration Regulations 2019, and in line with your request, the constituent political parties of coalitions and effective dates are as listed below. 1. Coalition name, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party. Listen, just listen. Constituent parties, Jubilee, ODM, Wiper, KANU, NAC. You can say no, but I'm telling you what is what is here. Yes. You will continue shouting no, but that won't make a difference. KANU, NAC Kenya, Muungano Party, Maendeleo Chap Chap, Democratic Action Party, Devolution Empowerment Party, UPIA, UDM. Just continue shouting UDM. I mean, no. UPA, PA, KUP, UDP, MDG, MDG, KRP, Chama cha Uzalendo, Party for Peace and Democracy, National Liberal Party, People's Trust Party, Ubuntu People's Forum, PNU, Labour Party of Kenya, Party for Growth and Prosperity. Those are 26. Those are 26 political parties that had signed a coalition agreement under the umbrella of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party on the 21st April 2022. Of course, it goes on to list those parties under the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, which I want to read. Okay, I can read, yeah. UDA, ANC, Ford Kenya, CCK, Communist, Service Party, Tujibebe, Farmers Party, Devolution Party, EFP, Umoja, Maendeleo, that had signed an agreement with Kenya Kwanza on 3rd June 2022. There are other parties listed here. Listen carefully, members. As having signed a coalition agreement under Kenya Kwanza post-election, that is on the 5th of September 2022. These are DP, National Agenda Party, Grand Dream Development Party, Chama cha Mashinani. Then it goes on. This is important. To say that further, the following political party is not a member of any coalition. That is NOPEU. But it has since gotten into some arrangement with the Azimio, yeah. Then you may wish to note, finally, that the following political parties have filed constitutional petitions and or have filed objections with regard to their membership in Azimio. That is Maendeleo Chap Chap, UDM, and MDG. But let me say this now. Let me say this. As I say so, allow me to table this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
members, we shall hear the Honorable Wandai in silence.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter And I want to go to Standing Order 19. Standing Order 19. Sorry. I need an assistant at this rate. No. United as a member of this house can't be my assistant. Standing Order number 19A, Part 8. Okay? First and foremost, let me go to Standing Order 19A, Part 3. Part 3 says that the majority party whip shall communicate the name of the members elected, of course, as leaders of the coalition, under paragraph 1 to the Speaker in writing on behalf of the majority party. I wanted to say this because there was an argument that Honorable Jeanette didn't attach minutes of the meeting, of the PG meeting.
No requirement.
There is no requirement under Understanding Order 19A, Part 3 for that. The only time you need the minutes of a PG meeting is when you are changing the leadership of majority or minority. That is at Standing Order 19A, Part 7. The Speaker, Part 8, 19A, Part 8 says, upon receipt of the notification and the documents under paragraph 7, and confirmation that the threshold for removal, well, that is for removal. Okay. At 19A, Part 4, the Speaker shall, as soon as practicable, following receipt of the names under paragraph 3, convey the information to the assembled House if the House is sitting, or notify members if the House is not sitting, as he earlier on alluded. So therefore, what am I saying? That upon the convening of the 13th Parliament, and upon the determination by the clerk of the National Assembly of the status of the various coalitions from the Registrar of Political Parties pursuant to Standing Order 2B, and upon the confirmation by the Registrar of Political Parties to the clerk, the Speaker is simply expected, indeed required, under Standing Order 19A, Part 4, to simply convey the same to the House. That is what the law and the standing orders dictate. Any other thing is mere hot air. Mr. Speaker, let me take you back to the provisions of the Political Parties Act. Because an argument, indeed, very lame argument, has been advanced before that Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party is not a coalition. Let me educate you, honorable members. If you go to the Political Parties Act, and this is an act of parliament, we all know, members, that was passed in this House and subsequently amended, including the latest one of this year. If you go to interpretation in this act, unless the context otherwise requires, political party means an association of citizens with an identifiable ideology or program that is constituted for the purpose of influencing public policy, of nominating candidates to contest elections. And Part B, a political party includes a coalition political party. A political party includes what? A coalition political party. And it goes on to define what a coalition political party means. and says a coalition political party is a coalition that is registered by the registrar as a political party. So in short, therefore, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party is both a political party and a coalition under the Political Parties Act. This is the law. Nobody has challenged it, and no court of law has declared it unconstitutional. As you all know, the power or the mandate to determine constitutionality of any law is vested in the High Court under Article 165 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the High Court, in Petition 043 of 2022, affirmed this position, affirmed the position that Azimio is both a party and a coalition. And let me read excerpt of that ruling, of that court ruling. There was no difference between a coalition party under the old law and a coalition political party. It stated, as for coalitions, the same have always existed in the law as they are provided for in Section 10 of the Political Parties Act. For all practical purposes, we have had coalition political parties in Kenya. One example is the Jubilee Political Party, which comprised parties like TNA, URP, among others. The only difference is that at that time, the constituent parties would be dissolved. But in the new definition of the constituent parties under the Act, parties will retain their individual identities. Therefore, all that the amendment has done is to formalize these practices through legislation. That is the court speaking, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the High Court is speaking. The High Court of the Republic of Kenya is speaking. And again, to educate my colleague, Honorable Didmas, a court judgment is law. It's what we call case law. And until I've cleared the court. Mr. Speaker, the author of the letter that I've just quoted from, that is the registrar of political parties, is the official custodian of all coalition agreements. There is actually no need for us to table any agreement, because the author of that letter is the custodian of all these agreements. If you want to confirm with her, you simply take a walk to her office and confirm the same. We don't act in vain. Okay? Let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that, as I had said earlier on, does not really need to exercise your mind. It's a matter that you can dispense with very easily by simply going back to the Standing Order 2B. And let me say this. Eskin May, who is one of the authorities that is acclaimed the world over, has determined previously in his writings that the matters of leadership of political coalitions or parties in the House is a question of the result of parliamentary elections. If you read the 25th edition of Eskin May, which was published, I think, in 2019, you will come to realize that these matters that we are discussing here are determined way back at the time we are doing parliamentary elections. Indeed, even in the US, the matters of majority and minority are determined in the House of Representatives at the time you are carrying out parliamentary elections. No amount of gerrymandering can change the situation.
Order on the Wandai is a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, as much as I don't like to interrupt my good friend and colleague, But, Honorable Speaker, when you allude to court cases that are before the courts, Honorable Speaker, I think it bears, the burden is on the Honorable Pio Wandai to make statements of facts. And, Honorable Speaker, the case that the Honorable Pio Wandai alludes to is the same case I was alluding to, and the Honorable Pio Wandai knows that the court indeed did determine, as he says, that a coalition political party is a political party and therefore can field candidates, and the constituent political parties can also field candidates. And that is the reason why Opio Wandai is here as Member of Parliament under ODM. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, that cannot be used to vitiate the fact that Azimio One Kenya Coalition does not exist as a coalition of political parties. And the Honorable Opio Wandai did indicate in his submission that Azimio One Kenya, therefore, from that court ruling, can be interpreted to mean that Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party is a coalition of political parties. The question before the court was on a party and a coalition political parties, not a coalition of parties.
Let me end.
Yes, you have
just 1 minute.
10 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying this, that in the present circumstances, may you be guided by the famous, may you be guided, Mr. Speaker, by the famous doctrine in law of torts, res ipsa loquitur. Yes, Mr. Speaker, with those very many words,
it's called
thank you.
Res ipsa loquitur.
Yes.
I will now give the whip of Kenya Kwanza. If you want to speak later, I can give other members. I had
Honorable Speaker,
to give to the whips.
No, I'm very ready, Honorable Speaker.
After you, Junet, then I'll give members to speak.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also being the inaugural address in this 13th Parliament, I also wish to take this opportunity to thank the great people of South Mogrango for having faith in me again for the second time, and also wish to congratulate you for being elected as our Speaker for this session. Honorable Speaker, having said that, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to table the letters from the Kenya Kwanza Coalition appointing the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the Kikuyu Member of Parliament, as the majority leader of the Kenya Kwanza Coalition, Honorable Owen Baya as the deputy majority leader, and Honorable Naomi Wako as the deputy chief whip of this coalition. Honorable Speaker, those letters are accompanied by the resolution. No, I have tabled the letters appointing the majority leader and the deputy majority leader, Honorable Speaker, and those letters are accompanied by the...
Yes, Junet. What's your point of order?
Of course, I behave like somebody who has been here before. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to bring to your attention that when a member is tabling a document, Mr. Speaker, he does it himself. It's procedural. He can't give it to someone, go and table for me. So on the records, it will be tabled by the other member and not him. So, I know he has been busy in the campaign.
No. Honorable Speaker, I stand guided, but I think I appointed somebody, of course, to become my handsman for just this particular session, but they are adequately tabled as guided. But if you so wish, of course, I can have them back and then table it myself.
Go on.
Exactly. But they are well tabled, Honorable Junet. Honorable Speaker, the tabled documents or the tabled letters annexed with are with the resolutions and the minutes from the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. What you will note in those resolutions, and even the attendees of that list, as indicated in the entire list, is that in the minutes, people who attended the meeting that appointed Honorable Ishungu as the majority leader, the members that attended are about 179, drawn from different parties. And if you'll allow me, Honorable Speaker, in the attendance, UDA had 145, UDM had 8, PA had 3, MCCP had 2 in that meeting, MDG had 1, ANC 8, Ford Kenya 6, TSP 2, DP 1, CCM 1, NAP Kenya 1, and GDDP 1. In total, Honorable Speaker, those are 179 members. Honorable Speaker, in the past 1 week, I've been very busy also receiving several members of this House, requesting me to place them in committees, some of which are independent members of Parliament. In total, possibly there could be 10. So today, we are talking about 189 members associating themselves with the Kenya Kwanza Coalition and, of course, clearly describing our majority in terms of numbers. Honorable Speaker, if this was a marriage that you are called to be a vicar, then clearly the consummation of marriage happened in Naivasha. A child was born, and actually not 1, not 2, but 4, Honorable Speaker. And now you are being invited today to make a determination on which particular spouse a certain spouse wants. A marriage is claimed to have taken place about 2 months ago or thereabout, and there is a spouse who feels, I don't belong here, and is decided to go this other direction. And that spouse is equipped with the Constitution of Kenya, Article 38, Article 36, on the rights of association. Honorable Speaker, even a first-year student knows that a contractual agreement entered under coercion and threats is a nullity, and you cannot validate it, Honorable Speaker, even from your seat. Any agreement that is entered at night, entered through blackmail and coercion, is a nullity. Today, I challenge the Honorable Junet, who, of course, is salivating for my majority whip seat, to table before you a resolution by the Azimio Coalition Party today with a list of members who have appended their signatures in attendance of that particular meeting, a resolution and minutes of that particular meeting, are not mere statements that we are the numbers, we are the majority. At some point, of course, we were together, and now, of course, you need to, we had a coalition agreement. Honorable Speaker, you and I know, as legal practitioners, that any law, any legislation, or any agreement that contravenes the supreme law of the land, and that is the Constitution, is null and void. Our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is supreme. Article 36 provides for rights of association. You cannot force MDG to go in bed with you. They do not want. And they are protected by Article 36. You can't force them. You cannot force independence. You cannot force Maendeleo Chap to go in bed with you. You cannot use a mere paper that you coerced members to sign, that you've got to be with us. You signed this paper. Those people are protected. Those members are protected under Article 36 and Article 38. Honorable Speaker, the invitation you are being called upon to determine on a mere paper, on a mere agreement, that even the contents to which were not shared to those people who signed is wrong. Please decline that invitation. The majority coalition is Kenya Kwanza. And the right of association cannot be downplayed by a mere agreement. Honorable Speaker, the third point that as you retire to make your determination, that you need to relook at, is the provision of Article 108 on the definition of what a political party is. Honorable Speaker, by all standards, from whichever angle you look at, you choose to look at this whole thing, the definition of Azimio as it stands now is simply Azimio Coalition Party. It stands with the same level. It positions itself with the same level as ODM, as UDA, as Maendeleo Chap Chap, and all these other parties. And today, Honorable Speaker, if you call for account the members of Azimio Coalition Party here in this House, you'll get none. There is only one member of Azimio Coalition Party, as provided, if you go by the definition of Article 108(2), and that is the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. All the rest are members of parties, including myself. I'm a member of UDA. The Honorable Junet is a member of ODM, who enjoy a sizable number of these in this House. There are only 88. And I also want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Honorable Ishungwa, when he says that they've also been very fair to award or to give, to share their very small, meager cake to their short brothers, to their brothers who don't deserve, the Wiper and the other parties. Honorable Speaker, we challenge them today.
Yes, the Honorable, yes, Honorable Mbui.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to stand to interrupt his debate, but Mr. Speaker, honestly, is it parliamentary for us, for the member of parliament, to belittle political parties that are actually parliamentary parties because they already have hit the 5% threshold that the standing orders define? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask that the member respect this party and withdraw those statements.
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
For clarity purposes, what I meant is Wiper is short in number. They're actually very short in this House. That was my description. So, as I wind up, Honorable Speaker.
Your time is up.
That is all, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Junet, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I want to congratulate you first for being elected as a Speaker, but secondly, Mr. Speaker, we are a country that is governed by the Constitution and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, you know, and members know very well, that we have, as a country, decided to govern our... Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have decided to manage our politics in a certain way, legally, Mr. Speaker. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that we did an amendment to the Political Parties Act here. And as alluded to by Honorable Ishungwa, it may have been as acrimonious as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, the law was passed. The law was assented to. And some of their architects might be even in this House with us. But anyway, that's a story for another day, Mr. Speaker. The law was assented to, Mr. Speaker, and the law was passed. And the law was taken to the Constitutional Court by a private citizen. And the court affirmed that the law was enacted constitutionally, Mr. Speaker. Having said, Mr. Speaker, that, and numbers were raised here, and voting was done, and everything was done. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue I want to raise here is that in governing our politics, we decided to have pre-election coalitions and post-election coalitions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing here are members of parties that made a pre-election coalition agreement, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, that agreement was registered with the political parties registrar. And, Mr. Speaker, when I finish my presentation, I want to table that coalition agreement, Mr. Speaker. It is with me here. And all those parties have signed, Mr. Speaker, through their signatures, Mr. Speaker, in a broad daylight, in a ceremony that was held at KICC, Mr. Speaker. Those who are saying it was at night, maybe that time they were campaigning somewhere. But the ceremony, Mr. Speaker, started at 9 a.m. in the morning and ended at 3 a.m. And we went to a rally in Jacaranda after that until 6 p.m., Mr. Speaker, 3 p.m. And all these parties, Wiper, Kenya African Union, KANU, National Rainbow Coalition, National NARC Kenya, Muungano Party. This is Maendeleo Chap, Mr. Speaker. They have signed here with their secretary, Mr. Wilfred Sijui Nyamu, Mr. Speaker, Democratic Action Party, Devolution, all of them signed here, Mr. Speaker. And I want to table this agreement, Mr. Speaker. And Ochieng Party, Mr. Speaker, MDG, signed here. And I know why he signed, Mr. Speaker, but that's a story for another day. Mr. Speaker, we must respect our laws, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you are a party leader, Mr. Speaker, before the election. And you decided on your own volition, your party wants to have a pre-election coalition agreement with another coalition, Mr. Speaker. And those parties should have followed you suit, Mr. Speaker. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, break a marriage, just to pick from where Honorable Osoro left. You cannot engage in another marriage, Mr. Speaker, and marry another person before you divorce the first one, Mr. Speaker. And when you want to divorce, there is a divorce procedure to follow, Mr. Speaker. You must divorce procedurally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that, Mr. Speaker, this pre-election coalition agreement is in force, Mr. Speaker. It is registered. This country has left the era when coalition agreements used to be rubbish the way they want, Mr. Speaker. That is what made the Political Parties Act to bring provisions that make sure that coalition agreements are held against the people who signed for it, Mr. Speaker. You remember the MOUs that were signed in 2002, the MOUs that were signed. When the new constitution came, this parliament, in its own wisdom, passed the Political Parties Act and said that you have to deposit the agreement with the registrar of political parties. If you want to exit this coalition agreement, there are exit clauses you have to follow. There are clauses that allow you to exit, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the parties that claim to have left this coalition, Mr. Speaker, have written to me as a Secretary General of Azimio. They have petitions. They are saying after that they are going to the Constitutional Court to get an order to get out of the coalition. That is the right route. If they knew they can walk in and walk out as they wish, why are they deciding to go to court? They should have just walked away like somebody who is in a supermarket, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is either, when we came here, Mr. Speaker, we swore to uphold and defend the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. That is the oath of office we took. And the Constitution demands us to respect instruments of legal nature like this that you have committed to yourself to, Mr. Speaker. If you want to walk out of it the way you want, that's your choice. But the fact of the matter is, this country will be governed by the rule of law. This country will be governed by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how do we have a mature democracy? Mr. Speaker, this presidential system that we are using to govern our country, we borrowed from the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, there are times when the president of the Republic of Kenya does not have the numbers in the Congress, but he does not cease being the president of that republic. They have midterm elections where the president loses the Congress. Obama lost it in 2015, I think, but he did not cease being the president of the Republic of the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't mean that for you to become president, you must have the numbers in Parliament. No. Parliament is a separate arm of government. Mr. Speaker, you can still remain the president and you still don't have numbers in the National Assembly. Maybe you have the numbers in the Senate. That is how mature democracies operate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can get numbers in Parliament through election. You cannot get members of Parliament through poaching, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to categorically say on the floor of this House, the precedents we are going to set this Parliament, this time, is going to be for posterity, because we are going to have elections in 2027. A president might be elected who is going to have less numbers in the National Assembly. Then he wants to force people to accept that he is the majority party in Parliament because he's the president. No, the presidential election is separate from the parliamentary election, Mr. Speaker. People can be elected in one party, in one coalition, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not mutilate democracy on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. We must accept that the will of the people of Kenya, who elected the president as the president, must be respected as the will of the people who gave certain coalition and certain party the majority in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am being told that Azimio la Umoja, one party, has no leadership in this house. Their presidential candidate is in this house. The leader of the Kenya Kwanza is not in this house, Mr. Speaker. He is sitting in State House. He's the president, he is in State House. He's not in this house with us. So there is no requirement the leader of a coalition must be in this house, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the coalition can sit anywhere in town so long as his troops and his members of parliament are in this house, Mr. Speaker. You cannot, then let us have the president here sitting with us, Mr. Speaker, as the leader of the Kenya Kwanza coalition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't want even ourselves as the Azimio la Umoja to be given a due advantage, Mr. Speaker. If we had less numbers, Mr. Speaker, the will of the people, these parties that joined Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, Mr. Speaker, came knowing very well that they are in this coalition in their rightful state of mind, Mr. Speaker, and the people who elected them to this house knew very well that they are in that coalition, Mr. Speaker. It will be betrayal of the people who elected those people in the name of Azimio, Mr. Speaker, for them to come to Nairobi, for them to come to the parliament and change course, Mr. Speaker. That is not the democracy we want to advance in this country, Mr. Speaker. Let us have clean, let us have politics that follows the law, Mr. Speaker. Let us have politics that respects institutions, Mr. Speaker. For example, just wait, Pokosi. Mr. Speaker, the registrar of political society, political party, Mr. Speaker, has this document.
Point of order, Honorable Junet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to know, Mr. Speaker, is it in order, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, standing order number 1, Mr. Speaker, which state claims, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Junaid Mohammed, Mr. Speaker, correct, the Speaker, should Junaid Mohammed, Mr. Speaker, lie to the House that he is the director of elections in ODM and again, as Secretary General of Azimio la Umoja as a party, Mr. Speaker? One must pay allegiance to one political party. Can you tell us, Mr. Speaker, which position he holds in both Azimio and ODM? And a promoter of BBI, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know.
Honorable Junet, your time is up. I give you 30 seconds to...
Mr. Speaker, to conclude my submission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this parliament has a date with destiny, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. The way we rule on this matter, Mr. Speaker, will determine the way our politics will be conducted going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you, with humility, have fidelity to the Constitution and the law. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, today is a day that I will remember. Early this year, we had the Political Parties Amendment Bill, very chaotic, and Mr. Speaker, the CS until I am approved by this august House. Mr. Speaker, I remember, and the answer will prove me right. I told my colleagues then that don't make laws that will haunt you. And there are people who are running away from that chaos. As they say, Murive, don't run. Murive, don't run. Junet and his colleagues, don't run. This matter must be decided this afternoon. And Mr. Speaker, your predecessors have decided more complex issues. I was with you in the 10th Parliament, during the Grand Coalition government, where the leader of government business used to be the chair of the House Business Committee. And when the Vice President, then Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga argued who will chair, Speaker Marende took over. So, Mr. Speaker, in the legislature, you are the arbiter. You should not be referred to anything. Listen to us, and based on law and facts and evidence. Mr. Speaker, what my colleagues, our opponents, are going through is what the medical doctors call placebo. Placebo is something, a lie, a healing. You claim that you have healed psychologically, but you have not healed. So in 2000, in March of this year, early this year, the Speaker, you know, we are not in Isili, where me and him talk to each other like that. We are in the guest house. The Speaker, yeah. When we are in Isili, we can talk to you right the way we want. Yeah, this is the guest house. Yes. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, they thought this was the healing. The healing time is over. But Mr. Speaker, I want you to rule on 6 things I want to tell you. I'm Mr. Speaker, and I want to start with Article 2 of the Constitution, sub-Article 4 says, any law, including customary law, that is inconsistent with this Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency, and any act or commission in contravention of this Constitution is invalid. Even an act of Parliament passed by this House, if it is not consistent with this Constitution, it is null and void. Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of the Constitution, and Article 36 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is on the Bill of Rights. It's about human rights. It says the freedom of association. Speaker, you have to give me my time then, you know, when I'm disrupted.
Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Watch.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is it in order that the former majority leader misleads this House by giving the impression that the question of constitutionality or orality is a question that can be determined otherwise than by a court of law? We can have our own interpretations, we can have our own thinking of what is constitutional or not, but this is a question that can only be determined by a court of law. Is it in order?
Mr. Speaker, in this August House, you are the arbiter. You are the ones who decide. Those who go to the judicial system, to the courts, you can go, as Honorable Wandai said. So, Mr. Speaker, Article 36 is in the Bill of Rights. For even to amend it, you must go to a referendum. It's about freedom of association. And it says that you can join, you can participate in any activity of any association of your kind. 36(2) says that nobody can compel you to join. Mr. Speaker, PA, MDG, and I want to thank the leader of MDG, is in this House. He is a leader to be watched in Luo Nyanza. He's a serious guy. He came to this House with a small party in Siaya, from Siaya County. He must enjoy his rights, Mr. Speaker. The framers of the Constitution protected MDG. The framers of the Constitution, both in letter and spirit, protected PA as a party and its membership, rank and file. Article 38, Mr. Speaker, and you must rule on it. Again, in the Bill of Rights, it's about human rights. It says on political rights that provides political rights of every person, including members of PA, members of MDG, members of small parties. Mandela Chap, they have got political rights, and the Constitution under Article 38 defense. Mr. Speaker, a legal document signed, and I'm sure when you talk to the Speaker of the Senate, your colleague, you talk to the Foreign Secretary nominee, they will tell you they signed the last page under coercion, under intimidation. Mr. Speaker, do you follow that document? Mr. Speaker, let me finish. Let me finish here this time. Mr. Speaker, let me finish. And you have to give me time.
Yes, the Honorable Checker.
I'll prove. I'll bring Kinoti here. Kinoti is still alive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I respect Honorable Duale as a ranking member. And any evidence that he gives to this House must be factual. So for him to come and lie to this House that people signed under coercion, it is really very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And I would like, Mr. Speaker, that we strict ourselves to the facts. We have people who are here, Mr. Speaker.
They will speak.
Who signed, they can speak on their behalf and on themselves. And so I would really urge Honorable Duale to just speak the facts.
Mr. Speaker, you need to add me time. Mr. Speaker, in this House, Mr. Speaker, my good sister, Sabina Chege, at that time was the custodian of the instrument. Honorable Ochieng will speak. Honorable Kamket will speak. Yes. Members of PA will speak. Yes. Members of Mandela Chapchap will speak. And they will say under what condition, under what environment they signed. And the people of Kenya must hear to David Ochieng. Yes. And Mr. Speaker, because a commission of inquiry into certain things might be formed. So relax. Mr. Speaker, listen to us under Article 36, Sub-Article 1, Article 36, Sub-Article 2, Sub-Article 38 on political rights. Mr. Speaker, the other thing you need to, I'm inviting you to is whether Azimio coalition is a political party or a coalition party. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give as a ranking member. These are members who will approve me. And please, now I'm the member for township. In fact, the serious issue Azimio should think about is that they will not access the political party's fund. And I'll tell you why. The 6.9 million votes, Honorable Raila Odinga, a man who inducted me into politics, got it. He was the only candidate of that party in the general election. There was no MCS in Azimio. There were no MPs. There were no governors. Read the Political Parties Act. It says, Mr. Speaker, defend me from
pursuing an argument.
No, I'm pursuing an argument. You will have your time. No, Mr. Speaker, you can't shout. You can't shout when I'm on my feet. No.
Honorable Chonga.
Mr. Speaker, he has many.
Honorable Chonga, I believe you're a first termer. Second termer. Okay. Then you should know even better that the order, Honorable Chonga.
Speaker is talking.
Honorable Chonga, there are your colleagues here who are here for the first time, and they are looking to you to learn on how to conduct yourself. It's out of order to stand up and shout at your colleague across the aisle. You seek the Speaker's permission, then you pursue a counter argument. But you do not stand up and behave in a rally situation, which I said we shouldn't have.
Mr. Speaker, because I have been very much interrupted, I'll give you about 3 more minutes. Mr. Speaker, I want you to also, I invite you to...
I'll give you 2 minutes because of the...
I want to invite you to whether the exit clause in the post-election agreement has any basis. So, Speaker, I looked at the Political Parties Act 2011. There is nowhere that will stop PA and these other parties from exiting. Let my colleagues tell me which section. Mr. Speaker, you need to look at whether... Speaker, some are telling you that the matter is sub judice. I agree. But Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 89.5 allows you as a Speaker to allow this House to discuss a matter that is in court. So, Mr. Speaker, we are within the parameters of law. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker uses the Constitution. Use Article 108. This matter is very serious. Forget about coalitions, Mr. Speaker. Deal with the political parties. If you have got 84 members, that is your share as ODM. If you have 145 members, that is a share given to you by the people of Kenya, UDA. If you have got 5 or 10, like Kanu, Kamket has left, now you are less shares. If you are PA, there are 3. They want to enjoy their freedom. Mr. Speaker, during your predecessor, he made a ruling on a matter concerning Honorable David Ochieng. When David Ochieng was elected in a small party and coming from ODM stronghold, they refused to give him. That time they were called NASA. You know, they mutate. I'm in this house. From CORD to NASA to Azimio, the mutation and the turnover is so high. You know, it's so high, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what they will be, but Mr. Speaker, the Speaker ruled that Ochieng must be given a committee. Mr. Speaker, defend power members. They have the rights under Article 38. Mr. Speaker, do not look at agreements signed by you. You are at one time, Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, you were at one time about to join Azimio. But God forbid you are a good Christian. You didn't join. Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Duale. No member shall use Mr. Speaker to advance an argument. The Honorable John Badi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by saying that I think we have started in the right direction. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, by allowing members to ventilate on this matter, to me comes out very clearly that Mr. Speaker wants to benefit from opinions or contributions by members from across the political divide. Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that are not in contention. What is not in contention is, one, that both Kenya Kwanza Coalition and Azimio One Kenya Alliance Coalition are not in dispute on who should lead the two coalitions. That there is just one letter coming from Kenya Kwanza nominating Kimani Ichung'wah as the leader, Owen Baya as the deputy, Honorable Soro as the whip, and of course my great sister as the deputy whip. Again, from the Azimio side, there is no dispute. The leader is Opiyo Wandayi, James Opiyo Wandayi, deputized by Mbui. The whip is Junet Mohammed, to be deputized by Sabina Chege. So that matter is settled. Both sides are clear on who should lead them. So the issue of minutes appended, attached, copies to be provided or submitted to the House rests there. Because unless there was contention as to who has been nominated by either side, then we would be discussing whether there are minutes, there are addendum or whatever it is. So having settled that, Mr. Speaker, what therefore is in contention in this House is which side is the majority. That is where we see the argument from Kimani Ichung'wah and his team and Opiyo Wandayi and his team arguing. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is not ambiguous. Article 108 talks about the leader of majority being the leader of the party or coalition of parties which has the majority membership in this House. Since it is clear, then what is not clear? What is being disputed here is these two coalitions, which has the majority membership. Now, I have heard the argument that we passed a law in this House that has created chaos or caused chaos. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Let us accept the legal framework that we have. We might have been used to the old framework, but what we created at the House was where we can have a political party with corporate membership, and therefore basically is a coalition political party and coalition of parties. Mr. Speaker, if you want to argue that Azimio la Umoja One Kenya is a political party and not a coalition of political parties, the question you will want to ask or address yourself to is, what are the legal provisions for registering a political party? The legal provisions are clear. You must have 24,000 members, at least 1,000 from majority of our counties, which are 24. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance was exempted from that. Why? Because it is a corporate political party. Mr. Speaker, when you say that this is not a coalition, the next question you will ask, where in this country, of the 47 counties, does Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance has a registered party office? None. Yet that is a requirement in law to register a political party. The reason why Azimio was accepted to be registered is because it is a corporate political party. So the moment ODM, Wiper, Jubilee, KANU, etc. have registered offices, then Azimio la Umoja, in effect, has registered offices. Mr. Speaker, it is in that same reasoning why Raila Amolo Odinga, when he was presenting his papers to IEBC, was cleared because there was a requirement that he should present signatures of proposers and supporters. And those signatures must be from members of your political party. Azimio la Umoja does not have even a single direct membership. And therefore, Raila was cleared, having been supported by members of KANU, members of Wiper, members of ODM, members of Jubilee. Therefore, those members of KANU, members of ODM, members of Jubilee are all members of Azimio la Umoja as a corporate entity. The moment you are a member of ODM, by extension, you are also a member of Azimio la Umoja political party. Therefore, this reasoning that there is no member in this house who is a member of Azimio is faulty. You cannot. There is a gentleman in this house. His name is Junet Sheikh Nur Mohammed. This gentleman is the Secretary General of Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Coalition. And he's representing the people of Suna East. And then you come here and argue, and he's registered with the register of political parties as the Secretary General. Then you come here and you want to say that Azimio la Umoja does not even have a single member of parliament. That completely is misrepresentation of facts. Mr. Speaker, Azimio la Umoja was exempted from provisions of Section 5 and Section 6 of the Political Parties Act. Why? Because this is a corporate political entity, political party which has corporate membership. And that is why we were amending the law here, so that you could provide a situation where a political party is both a political party where you can be a member directly, and at the same time, political parties can be members of that political party. And that is the situation as it obtains today. You can take advantage of it and dissolve all, and make sure that all your political parties are also collapsed into one mega or a bigger political outfit called Kenya Kwanza, without having to just have it as coalition of political parties. Mr. Speaker, you know, Azimio la Umoja is based on coalition agreement, just like any other coalition, like Kenya Kwanza. It is based on coalition agreement. And Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully, and I was trying to avoid usage of these words, but I'll use it. I'll use them, because Honorable Solo did use them. Honorable Solo was saying that you cannot stop a political party from going to bed with another one. That if someone has married another person, you cannot stop that person from going to bed. Yes, you can't stop anybody from going to bed with another, but you can stop another marriage before the earlier marriage is dissolved. So someone can go to bed as they so wish, yes, but marriage only subsists.
Sorry, Honorable Mbadi, there's a point of order. Give him the mic. There it is.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mbadi is my mentor. I did not really want to interrupt him. But I now see that this may progress and progress and progress. We have parliamentary language. And that language is using that marriage going into bed, though earlier used by Osoro, is unparliamentary. So please, we could restrain ourselves from that. I'm very sorry, Honorable Mbadi, but you are a seasoned member. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Mboko is uncomfortable with the language, but the language is not unparliamentary. Going to bed is just going to bed. And marriage is marriage. But what I'm saying is you cannot start another marriage until you wind up the previous marriage. So, Honorable Soro, you should advise your new, what do you call them, the new whatever, to make sure that the other marriage is concluded first. But, Mr. Speaker, there was an argument here by Honorable Duale, which if you allow me to challenge, that there is something unconstitutional about what we have done in terms of making agreements. There is nothing unconstitutional. Article 92 of the Constitution allows Parliament to enact legislation to provide for the regulation of political parties. And in doing that, we created Political Parties Act, which gave rise within the Act to the agreements. Finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say this. As you protect the rights of those members of PAR, MDG, and others who want to leave Azimio, remember there is also the rights of people of Ugenya who elected Uchieng, knowing very well that he was Azimio, and he has not consulted them. So whose right is superior? Is it the on to Kenya?
Your
to
time
him.
is up, the Honorable John Buddy. From now going forward, thank you, Honorable Buddy. Allow me to regulate your time down to 5 minutes per member. Are we in agreement? Yes. I'll give the floor to the Honorable David Ocheng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would request for 10 because my name has been mentioned so many times, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter,
compress your arguments in 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter, I wrote to your office on the 9th of September, Mr. Speaker, about our position in Azimio, having left the coalition party and joined Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have that letter here and I would like to table it. Mr. Speaker, the reasons for our leaving Azimio are very instructive because so much has been said about us and how the marriage was done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the elections, the MDG NEC sat and reviewed the campaigns and our Azimio la Umoja, Mr. Speaker. And members brought the following issues. One, that in the former Nyanza, the Azimio leadership was so hostile to the MDG members running in that party, they were called Madoadoa. They were told that Azimio ends in Awasi. That when you come from Nairobi and you get to Awasi, you now leave Azimio is dead, it's ODM stronghold, Mr. Speaker. This same thing happened in my constituency. When the Azimio party leader came to my constituency, I couldn't even attend because I was a Madoadoa. How would I be a Madoadoa and still belong to the party that calls me Madoadoa, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I would also like to table a letter from the register of political parties. We've written to the register severally, asking for a copy of the Azimio la Umoja 1 Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Up to date, we've not been given to it. Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling a letter here again today. The register telling us that they cannot give it to us, go to Azimio la Umoja. Mr. Speaker, I must say that what the Honorable Junet has tabled today, no one can verify its authenticity. No one knows whether what is tabled is the document that we signed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the letter that I have here, if you allow me to read it, this letter I'm holding is from the legislative political parties to our party, saying they cannot give us the agreement, we go to the Azimio la Umoja headquarters, Mr. Speaker. You go there, you're told, come back tomorrow. Come back next week, Mr. Speaker. Up to now, our party has never received a copy of this agreement. I've perused what United has given to us, Mr. Speaker, and I dare say that the content of that agreement are not the ones that we negotiated, Mr. Speaker. So I cannot verify, I cannot truthfully say that what the United has tabled here today is what we negotiated, what we signed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 3, our party says that Azimio la Umoja had 3 organs: the council, the NEC, and the secretariat, Mr. Speaker. In all those organs, the council, the NEC, the secretariat, MDG has no body representing them there, not one. So how do we belong to a coalition that doesn't recognize that we exist, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, on the 29th of August this year, we wrote to the registrar withdrawing a membership of Azimio. I also wish to table that letter, Mr. Speaker, and the minutes of our NEC withdrawing membership from Azimio La Umoja, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me. Number two, Mr. Speaker, very important, Mr. Speaker, is the argument of the nature of the Azimio political party, Mr. Speaker. What has been tabled today by Mr. Junet, Mr. Speaker, is the instrument for registering Azimio coalition party. Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere, you won't find other political parties, there's nowhere where the parties forming Azimio registered a coalition. Because you must distinguish the two. There's a coalition party and the it means a coalition of parties.
Yes, order,
Mr. Speaker, it's not my intention to interrupt the honorable member, but Mr. Speaker, I urge him first to go through the document, Mr. Speaker. It is well written inside there, the formation of the Azimio coalition. Mr. Speaker, misrepresentation of facts, Mr. Speaker, will not be, this is a house of records. So we don't want it to go on record when the document is very clear on the formation of the Azimio coalition. It's well stipulated in the document.
Mr. Speaker, the document holding, which was tabled by John Junet, says a deal of agreement in respect of the Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya, being a coalition political party. My argument is this, Mr. Speaker, that for the argument that Azimio is a coalition within the frame of 108 and 19 of our standing orders, two things must have been done. One, register Azimio as a coalition party, which is done. But where is the Azimio coalition of parties agreement to enable them claim that they are a coalition at the same time? That's the argument that I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker. That there's a distinction between a coalition party on the one hand, which there is and exists, and a coalition of parties. Azimio is saying they have two legs. The only one you are being given today is one leg. Where's the other leg, Mr. Speaker?
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, allow me. I just have maybe 2 more minutes, Mr. Speaker.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
30 seconds. Give him 30 seconds. I've given him 30 seconds.
Thank you.
You have a mic next to you. 30
But this is too short. Mr. Speaker, the same law we passed, Mr. Speaker, the same law we passed here in May allows a member of a party to be deemed to have resigned from the party if that member forms another party, joins another party, or talks about forming another party, Mr. Speaker. If the MDG party has clearly, openly, publicly said they are part of Kenya Kwanza coalition. Mr. Speaker, we request that you deem MDG under that law to have moved away from Azimio political party to Kenya Kwanza coalition, Mr. Speaker. So submitted. Thank you.
Yes. The Honorable Naisula Lesuda. She's left. I'll give to the Honorable Kamket.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is my first time to speak in the 13th Parliament, and I want to thank the people of Tiati for bringing me back to this Parliament, and congratulate you also and your deputy for your election as Speaker and Deputy. Mr. Speaker, as you make your determination on this matter, I would like you to have me in mind as a member for Parliament for Tiati constituency. Mr. Speaker, as you have me in mind, kindly refer to Article 36 of the Constitution in its entirety. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to protect me from being forced to stay in an abusive marriage. I plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to protect me from being forced in a very bad marriage. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have just seen the Honorable Junet table a document which was not disclosed to us throughout. The document he has tabled is not known to me as a member of KANU. It was never disclosed to us. We kept asking for it, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I cannot be party to an agreement that was signed without my knowledge of the material facts in it. And Mr. Speaker, as a pastoralist, Mr. Speaker, and a very serious nomadic pastoralist, Mr. Speaker, I cannot be put in a cage. I cannot be tied to a tree. If my cow cannot be tethered to a tree, how can a whole me, the member of parliament for Tiati constituency, be tied to a tree? Mr. Speaker, the question as you determine this matter, you need to ask yourself is this. Which agreement supersedes the other? Is it the pre-election agreement or post-election agreement? Because, Mr. Speaker, it depends on how the agreement was reached. If the agreement was reached through deceit and duress, Mr. Speaker, these honorable members know that I was arrested severally in the last term on trumped-up charges. Is that not one of the reasons why some of us decided to play along at that time? Yes. And now we are here as free. Freedom has come to the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. We shall hear the Honorable Kamket in silence.
So, Mr. Speaker, as you retire to determine this matter, it is important to take into account the present circumstances. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, deny the honorable members of this House, those who have attained that freedom, the opportunity to exercise their political and constitutional rights as provided for in Article 36 of the Constitution. Fundamentally, I mean, even in the provided in the laws of natural justice, Mr. Speaker, that when an old agreement, when a new agreement is signed, the other one just dies naturally. And when somebody makes a decision today, yesterday's decision does not matter. I am now, yes, laws of natural justice. So, Mr. Speaker, I plead with you. I plead with you, Mr. Speaker, to save me from that bad, abusive marriage.
Time up.
I was not the Azimio candidate. I am a member of parliament for Tiati, and my people know that I'm in Kenya.
I'll give the floor to the Honorable Didymus Baraza. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I will just go straight to invite you to Article 36 of the Constitution. And we believe in the supremacy of the Constitution. Article 36, Honorable Speaker, it protects an individual and a political party from the freedom of association. And even as you retreat to deliver the judgment on this matter, I want you to be guided by two things. Do we believe? If we believe in the supremacy of the Constitution and the freedom of association, can this freedom, which is a fundamental right, be taken away by an agreement between two people or between one party and the other, an agreement which was signed in an opaque manner, Mr. Speaker? I don't believe so. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want you to look at is that it will be indeed a very sad day for Kenya. It will be a dark day for this country if you will allow that an individual or political parties can be forced to remain or to associate with a person they have vehemently refused. All those parties that have said they don't belong to Azimio One Kenya, they have said so through a letter en masse. They have left this abusive marriage, Honorable Speaker, and it will be wrong. Your hands are tied, Honorable Speaker. You took oath of office to protect and uphold the Constitution. And because we believe in the supremacy of the Constitution, the fundamental right of an individual to associate with a political party of his or her choice cannot be washed away by you, Honorable Speaker. Your hands are tied, and if these people have said they want to leave the Azimio One Kenya Alliance, you have no choice. The One Kenya Alliance party has to let them go, and they should leave, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, is that I was in this House when that law was being passed. I have a lot of respect for my good friend TJ Kajwang. But TJ Kajwang is the one who misled these members of ODM. He was masquerading as the People's Chief Justice into believing that this was a good law. You planted your own mango trees. You have to eat it. You have to live by it. As me and Kenya.
Order, Honorable Didmus.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I didn't really want to interrupt my good colleague, Honorable Didmus Barasa. But, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Didmus Barasa to impute improper motive on the membership of this House, especially from ODM, by insinuating that TJ Kajwang misled a whole lot of us, people who have gone to school and have gone to school properly? Mr. Speaker, he should withdraw that remark and apologize to us. Someone like me who has gone to school and has gone to school properly cannot be misled by TJ Kajwang.
The Honorable Mbadi, the only difficulty I have is that TJ Kajwang is sitting there smiling broadly as being described. Honorable Didmus, you wind up your argument.
Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that we warned this ODM party that when you make laws for posterity. You don't make laws to support where you are standing. Now they are finding themselves on the receiving end. The Constitution must be applied rightfully. This Constitution cannot be rubbished. The rights that are in this Constitution cannot be taken away by people who signed a document, and I'm told even when they were signing those documents, they may have drunk some things which don't go to the stomach, but they go upstairs, Honorable Speaker. So the ruling for you is going to be very clear, Honorable Speaker, that the majority coalition is Kenya Kwanza.
The Honorable Robert Mbui. Nobody's on the floor, the Honorable TJ, so nothing is out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that this issue of who is majority and who is minority has caused a lot of confusion. In fact, the media, our voters are confused to the point where some think that the same way we voted for the Speaker here is the same way we might end up having to vote for the leader of majority. But, Mr. Speaker, this issue is not opaque. This is in black and white. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've heard members here talk about some issues, and I think I would like to say that what we are facing as a problem now is a situation, and because members have talked about marriage, is a situation where your newlywed wife, after she settles in your home, notices that your neighbor has a brand new car. And then she starts now talking about an abusive marriage. But nothing has gone wrong. And Mr. Speaker, any relationship with a neighbor with a brand new car or a house on the top of the hill is actually a cohabiting relationship. It is not a properly procured marriage. So, Mr. Speaker, who has a properly procured marriage? Those of us, Mr. Speaker, that signed an agreement before the time of the election. Mr. Speaker, this Constitution Article 108 is very clear about the leader of the majority party, and it says on Part 2 that it is the leader of the largest party or coalition of parties. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that the size of a party is based on the number of elected members. Mr. Speaker, If you go back to the last election, there was 4 teams that were competing for elective office. Let's forget the Wajakoa and the other one. We are left with 2 teams, and that was Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. Each of them had a coalition, which was known by everybody in the country, including even nursery school children. Mr. Speaker, the results of this election were announced, and it clearly showed that those that were elected under the Azimio la Umoja were more than those that were elected under the Kenya Kwanza. Mr. Speaker, it is only after the election that things started changing, and only after the announcement of Honorable William Ruto, His Excellency, as the president, that things started changing. If the results were different, I can tell you, we would not even be having this discussion. So let us be honest with ourselves and agree, Mr. Speaker, that the fact is this. You know, and I've heard that, I've heard people complain, but let me just tell you, the fact is that to determine the majority is by a letter that was read and tabled on the floor today. So what further argument do we have about deciding who is the majority? Now, in another month, Mr. Speaker, I do agree that Azimio la Umoja will not be majority. But as we speak today, Mr. Speaker, I think you have under no obligation to make that decision, because the decision is already made for you. The Constitution has made that decision. The Standing Orders 2B has made that decision. So, Mr. Speaker, your work is easy for you. I've heard this issue of the Political Parties Act being lambasted by members of this House. I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that we as members of the House are the ones that passed this law, and now we are insulting it. Mr. Speaker, there is no duress, because members of Parliament did take a vote, and there are those that voted for it, and there are those that voted against it. Mr. Speaker, as you sit on your chair, please note, and this is a fact, that, Mr. Speaker, members make a decision through a vote. So if the vote is taken and this becomes a law, it becomes a law for the land. And His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta actually assented to it. So when we start saying it is an amorphous law, it is a bad law, it is a law that was under coercion, Mr. Speaker, I think it is unfortunate, because as a House, we made a decision, we made our bed, we lie on it. But Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong with the Political Parties Act. It's only curing political indiscipline, where people want to belong to one party and another at the same time, where people are elected in one coalition and the next day they troop in their numbers to go and get coerced, Mr. Speaker, so that they can defect for the parties that elected them. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament must remain true to the people that elected them into the House, and those who are elected under Azimio must stick with Azimio. Mr. Speaker, there are people from our region who are elected, and we went as Wiper to support them because they were in Azimio. Now, immediately after the election, they jump and go to Kenya Kwanza. But they have not gone to tell the people why they defected. Mr. Speaker, I think it is a simple decision. Azimio la Umoja is a majority party, and I am the
Thank you, Honorable. The Honorable, we have really many members. The Honorable Member Chepkonga.
Mr. Speaker.
Chepkonga and Chonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My mind starts with CH, and it was clear. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time to speak to this motion, and I'd like to take this opportunity first to congratulate you for your worthy election as a Speaker of this House. Two, I'd like to thank the people of Ainabkoi for electing me as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, there has been an attempt to persuade you and convince you to believe the wrong facts. In fact, Mr. Speaker, papers have been tabled in this House. You have been told about the election of the majority leader from the Azimio side. You know, Standing Order number 91 requires that you must be correct in the information you provide to this House. And you do not redact. This is not an ICC process, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, where you redact certain information.
the Azimio coalition group, Mr. Speaker, must include the minutes. And they know this. When you are being elected as a member of parliament, you are just not elected by just any other person. There's a register of members in that polling station. And when you are declared as a member of parliament, there is a register which shows that these members of parliament, these voters participated in the election. Mr. Speaker, you have not been shown anything. They have been trying to convince you, you're not trying to hide facts here. You know, under some cloud here, Mr. Speaker. You know, you have heard Honorable Cheng, my very good friend. What he has just told you, he participated in the PG of Kenya Kwanza. And you are being told that it's the same people who elected Opio Andai as the majority leader. Now, I don't know whether it's split into two, so that we had half of Honorable David Ochieng in Azimio, and then the other one in Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. You know, that is the reason why I'm inviting you, Mr. Speaker, to consider the document that was tabled here as I have information. It is not complete, it's not factual. They need to provide the people who participated in electing the majority leader. This was not a nomination. The standing order is very clear. The election, Mr. Speaker. And there's nothing skittering around on this matter. You must be faithful to the law. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, I have just had an opportunity to have a cursory look on the coalition agreement of Azimio. In fact, I would like to invite you to consider on page 11 that the members, it has already been tabled. I have just had an opportunity of going through, I've been given from the table office. I'll read for you, because you are the one who provided. Article 12 of the Code of Conduct, Mr. Speaker. It says members of the coalition partners shall abide by the provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite you to consider Article 10 of the Constitution, what it says. Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, says they will abide by the national values and principles of good governance, which includes human dignity, equality, and human rights, transparency and equality.
Order. Before you quote in extenso, I've been looking at this document tabled by the Honorable Junet. Having gone through it very carefully, it does not meet the test of a required legal document. It is not, some pages are initial, some are signed, some are blank. Areas where you required two signatures of a certain political parties, there's only one signature. Other required signatories as outlined on the document, such as page 28, are blank. And others on page 27 have the same fate. Others on page 29, same. So I want to direct and rule that this document is inadmissible, and you shall make no reference to it.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, that in fact the document that was tabled was worthless. Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable Chief Kong, and going to the future, Honorable Junet, if you bring a copy of a document, try and authenticate it so that it can carry the color and force of law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for rescuing us from what Honorable Mbai has sought to put us into. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite you also, and you have been invited, to consider Article 36 of the Constitution on freedom of association and 38 on the freedom on the political rights. I don't know what is wrong with the Constitution.
We can't
Honorable Mohammed has
it is expunged from the record, so we can't debate it.
You cannot. It's not. You cannot have a point of order against the Speaker. Where are you coming from, Mr. Speaker? I'd like to invite you to consider the two articles that I've mentioned, together with Article 25. You have heard Honorable Cheng saying that he has moved out of that political party, as Mr. Speaker. Article 25 of the Constitution protects and it outlaws slavery and servitude, Mr. Speaker. You know, you cannot come here and tell us that you want Mr. Honorable Cheng to be your slave or you put him in servitude, Mr. Speaker. That is outlawed in the Constitution. And so that argument in the first instance should not even be pursued in this House, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the person who is doing it is shame on you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other one, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to invite you, except that there's nothing unparliamentary about English language. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you have been, except that now you have expunged this, so there's nothing for me to speak to about this as Mio. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very few remarks, in light of the fact that you have expunged it, it cannot be considered in this House. Declare Kenya Kwanza as providing the majority leader. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've given, yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the ruling you have just made has a serious implication on the issue that we are debating, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the only known coalition agreement, and it was demanded by the members here that we should table it, Mr. Speaker, is the same document that in your ruling you have expunged, Mr. Speaker, from the records of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, unless the House has another set of coalition agreement, the only coalition document that is registered with the political parties registrar, Mr. Speaker, is this one, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, protect me from Chepkonga, Mr. Speaker. You know, Chepkonga has been farming for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. He has just come back to the House. Relax, Bana. Relax, Dugyan. Relax, Bana. I'm speaking to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I will hear Honorable Junet.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are a house of debate, Mr. Speaker. And we have to, you are the only one we can address. Yes. Because the ruling you have made, Mr. Speaker, has a fundamental implication on the issue that we are canvassing before you, Mr. Speaker. Because all our coalition agreement of all those 26 parties is based on that document, Mr. Speaker, that you have expunged today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, does it mean that as far as the House is concerned at this point, Azimio la Umoja coalition document is not recognized in Parliament? Then we move from there, Mr. Speaker.
Babo Wino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the internegram between Azimio One Kenya coalition and the Kenya Kwanza is keyword, Mr. Speaker, in the apex of the law, in the supreme law of the land, and in the Constitution in Article 108 sub-Article 2 that was also read by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Mr. Speaker, the article is clear that the leader of majority shall be the leader of the majority party or coalition of parties. And going by that, Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, it is very clear that Azimio, kindly give me time. Mheshimiwa, I don't know why you are so excited. Mr. Speaker, going by that fact, it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that Azimio One Kenya coalition party is the majority party in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, going by the, just keep quiet, one. I know you know only was English, so just keep quiet. Mr. Speaker, going by the rules of interpretation, the literal rule, the golden rule, and the purposive approach, the facticity of the fact is that Azimio Alliance, Azimio One Kenya Alliance is a coalition, is the majority coalition party. Mr. Speaker, number two, we talked about marriage. Mr. Speaker, Azimio is a subsisting marriage. And in this marriage is a potential polygamous marriage. And Mr. Speaker, this marriage is not voidable because there was consummation in this marriage. Mr. Speaker, the person who presided over this marriage was overqualified, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, the grounds for divorce, number one, is adultery or unfaithfulness, which we never experienced in our marriage, Mr. Speaker, because we campaigned together happily. Mr. Speaker, another ground is irreconcilable differences, which we never experienced, Mr. Speaker, in our marriage. And Mr. Speaker, a ground of insufficient or lack of finances has never been a ground. That our partners, having seen that Kenya Kwanza was forming the government, they ran away. Mr. Speaker, that marriage is not voidable. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about Article 36, as quoted by Honorable Didmas Baraza on the Bill of Rights, the right to associate, Mr. Speaker, there are limitations to the bills of right, including the right to life. Mr. Speaker, in the doctrine of necessity, in the case of the Queen versus Dudley and Stevens in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, you know, when these defendants were on a trip, a voyage, Mr. Speaker, as I finish.
The ones who ate a small boy.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the two defendants killed Mr. Parker and fed on him, ate him. Then, Mr. Speaker, in the High Court, it was decided that it was not necessary to take life. But upon appeal, Mr. Speaker, it was decided, they were vindicated, that it was necessary for them to take the life because either way, they would have died. Therefore, there are limitations to any law, Mr. Speaker. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, our marriage was...
Babu, the court said they should have cast lots as to who should be eaten.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are diverting law. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to say that this requires simple interpretation, and we've already been given direction by the majority leader and the majority whip, Honorable Junet, and the majority leader, Honorable Wandai, on the direction to take on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to thank the people of Kiharu for giving me another chance to come and serve them here in the August House. And Mr. Speaker, actually singularly thank them because they advised me not to have any campaign materials, that they would elect me without any. And they actually did that, Mr. Speaker. I also want to applaud the people of Kenya for voting and conducting our elections in a very peaceful manner, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we are all here celebrating our democracy. Going to the issue, Mr. Speaker, I remember very well when we were recalled from recess, Mr. Speaker, to come and discuss the amendment of the Political Parties Act, Mr. Speaker. We looked subdued then because we are facing people in this house who were chest dumping, telling us that they are the system and their way was the highway. Mr. Speaker, we advised them that it is important that this house continues to make laws for posterity and for the good of all. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the bad law they passed, Mr. Speaker, has put them in the situation that you are in today. Mr. Speaker, the question before this house is on who is the majority. Which team is the majority in this house? And Mr. Speaker, this is very clear. We have Kenya Kwanza, where I belong, organized. It is a coalition of political parties. There are agreements, Mr. Speaker, of the constituent parties. We went to the elections, Mr. Speaker, and the parties that make the coalition of Kenya Kwanza emerged victorious insofar as majority is concerned. Mr. Speaker, it has been said there before, but it is good for me to put to record that UDA, the party I belong, we have 145 members in this House. Ford Kenya, Mr. Speaker, the SIBA party, we have 6 members in this House.
Yes, order. There's a point of order. Honorable Elisha.
Mr. Speaker, as one of the celebrated MPs from Game, I want to remind my brother of phonetics. You know, you can't use on or to. You must be clear on the language you're using, please. Speak good English, please.
Mr. Speaker, we may not have time to respond to every frivolities, Mr. Speaker. Ford Kenya has got 6, ANC 8, UDM 8, Mr. Speaker, Chap 2, PA 3, TSP 2, DP, MDG, NAP Kenya, MDDG 1 each, Mr. Speaker, and CCM 1. That makes a total of 179 members in this National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, that is already majority. If you add even, Mr. Speaker, the 10 members, independent members, who are currently leaning towards the majority side, Mr. Speaker, you can clearly see now we have almost a supermajority. But there are other issues, Mr. Speaker, insofar as some of the parties I mentioned is concerned. And I am going to the other side, Mr. Speaker, of Azimio, One Kenya Alliance. They purport to have tabled some agreement here, Mr. Speaker, which you have already voided. Mr. Speaker, an agreement signed on a blank paper, Mr. Speaker, at night in a dark room, where most of the material is not given to all the parties, Mr. Speaker, and under duress. There is no contract, there is no agreement that can be made in those kind of circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Yes, Honorable Babu.
Speaker, what Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is saying, Mr. Speaker, I know they are important and detailed, but the problem is that the most important parts are not detailed and the most detailed parts are not important. Mr. Speaker, it is very unparliamentary for him to act in a frivolous way, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the documents were signed in a dark room, Mr. Speaker. Did he see it, Mr. Speaker? That is out of order. Was he there, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, because I can see my time is already up, I call upon... Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just saying, Mr. Speaker, that the agreements, the purported agreements made on the other coalition, Mr. Speaker, they cannot stand any test. They were made at duress, again in dark rooms and at night, Mr. Speaker. Most of these people were given blank pages to sign, and there is no page with content that is countersigned by those signatories, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is in paralysis.
Ndindi, your time is up. Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. And first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my party, Jubilee Party, for nominating me to be a member of this parliament, and also to confirm that Jubilee Party is part of the Azimio la Umoja kwa One Kenya coalition. And Mr. Speaker, just to say that the letter that was there before about Jubilee, that was our internal affairs, and Jubilee is family in Azimio la Umoja. I just want to confirm that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is who is the majority in this House. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people have alluded about marriage. We all went onto a competition when we went to look for votes. Mr. Speaker, we had 2 handsome men, and each political party chose where they wanted to go. After the battle, which was a fierce battle, and very close to call, Mr. Speaker, we got the results. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say fortunately, the Azimio la Umoja coalition got the majority of members of this House, Mr. Speaker. As fate would have it, Mr. Speaker, when part of our team so that the other side, they were rising to go to the house on the hill. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, ran away. But I just want to remind them, Mr. Speaker, that it is good once you are signing a document, please read the document and just know the content of the document. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind them that for the ones who have left, yes, they might vote on the other side, but legally, they are with Azimio until 90 days are over from the date after the election from 9th. And after that, Mr. Speaker, I am part of the Azimio Council. They are all welcome to come and table their grievances. And we shall again consider whether the grievances are true, and we can let them go, Mr. Speaker, if they so wish. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, even if they go, Mr. Speaker, and some of them have gone, and we respect their decision. Nobody is being forced or coerced, Mr. Speaker. It's just to let them know that the document they signed, ignorance has no defense. Whether they had read or not, they are bound by that document, Mr. Speaker. And so Azimio Party, Azimio Coalition has several parties, and we are the majority. And Mr. Speaker, I know you have also received communication from the Registrar of Political Parties. So we are not disputing who the majority is. Give us a chance, Mr. Speaker, to come here and agree on the way forward, to form the House Business Committee so that then we can serve Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this House. This being my inaugural address to the House, like many have done, I wish to thank my people of Kibwezi West for electing me to represent them here under Maendeleo Chapchap. Mr. Speaker, you notice that our party, Maendeleo Chapchap, is among the parties whose numbers are being contested, and therefore we have a greater interest than many in the current matter. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I know legal arguments follow facts, and therefore it is important for us to lay the facts bare so that when you retreat to make your ruling, it will be as reasoned as possible. It has been insinuated by our friends under Azimio that Maendeleo Chapchap and other parties only jumped after His Excellency the President was declared. Nothing can be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, I will be tabling before this House a letter that was written by my party, Maendeleo Chapchap, on the 20th of April, over 100 days before the elections to the Registrar of Political Parties, in which letter we requested the Registrar to supply us with the coalition agreement, the Constitution of Azimio Kenya, and the nomination and election rules. Mr. Speaker, as it were then, a country that was run through dictatorship, a country that thought that the system is everything, and a country that disregarded the Constitution, the letter was not replied to. Mr. Speaker, I will also table before this House another letter that we wrote to the Registrar of Political Parties on the 27th of April 2022, in which letter we requested the Registrar to find it, we communicated the decision of the party, the organs of the party, to be removed from the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Instead, the Registrar told us that she was under instructions from above, as it were, that we cannot exercise our democratic right to move out of the Azimio La Kenya. I will table the documents. Owing to that, Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is not factual, as has been insinuated, that Maendeleo Chapchap, under which I am elected and the member for Machakos was elected, moved from Azimio One Kenya Alliance after the elections, because the facts speak against. Mr. Speaker, again, after the elections, and noticing that the majority and minority determine how allocation of committees and leadership in this House is to be determined, we wrote a letter to you, the Speaker, our letter dated 26th of September, and which was received in your office on the 29th of September, in which we restated that our numbers, the two elected members, will be associated with the Kenya Kwanza coalition. Mr. Speaker, I will also table that letter so that it goes on record. Mr. Speaker, in the letter we enumerated the circumstances under which our party was forced, coerced, to join the Azimio Kenya coalition. And we did state that we did not find, and the circumstances under which we were coerced to join could not legally stand, and therefore we wish our numbers to be counted under Kenya Kwanza. The question that we'll be answering is, when I stand here as a member of parliament and say I want to be counted under Kenya Kwanza, can somebody else force me to be in another coalition that I do not want? Don't I have a right under the Constitution to decide where I want to be? Don't I have a right under the Constitution to say where I want to be? Mr. Speaker, it has been put to you. It has been put to you, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to restate the Constitution because it has been properly stated before you. Mr. Speaker, it has been put to you that rights have limitations, and indeed rights have limitations. But when you sit to determine the limitation for under Article 36, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to look at Article 24, which says the test for limitation of rights. To limit a right must be limited by a legislation, and that legislation must clearly state the right which is being limited. Mr. Speaker, in this case, our good friends are relying on the limitation under the coalition agreement. The question you will ask yourself is, can a coalition agreement limit fundamental God-given human rights? When you sit, Mr. Speaker, determine that I, Mwengi Motuse, under Maendeleo Chapchap, and my colleague, Honorable Caleb, wish to be associated with Kenya Kwanza, and that's where our numbers should be counted. And we cannot be forced to be in a coalition that we do not want. Mr. Speaker, also, as you sit to determine, realize that the particular, and I know you have expunged from the record, so we do not have a document speaking to the coalition agreement between under the Kenya Kwanza. But I have seen in documents that the coalition agreement says that you cannot move until 3 months are over before the elections. Also, exercise your mind as a seasoned advocate that that time is going to lapse on the 9th of November, which is about 3 weeks to come. And therefore, it is anticipated, actually, people can move out. It is anticipated that people can move out. Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, we are making our argument and everybody will have the opportunity to make that argument. And Mr. Speaker, find that the requirement to wait for 90 days is unreasonable. Mr. Speaker, under Article 38 of the Constitution, the political rights that are given to the citizens of this country, you are supposed to enjoy them without unreasonable restrictions. Unreasonable, mark the word, unreasonable restrictions. To require us to stay for a particular time when we are not there is an unreasonable restriction, and therefore null and void to the extent that it is unreasonable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support that we are in Kenya Kwanza, and that is where our numbers should be counted.
The Member of Parliament for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate. For the record, I'm a member of UDM, and in fact a senior member as the deputy party leader of UDM. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution guarantees freedom of association and freedom of movement. You can at any one time associate yourself with any party or individual as you so wish. And the Constitution is the supreme. The Azimio Coalition Party, One Kenya, has what we call the council, where each member of their coalition is represented by one member of the party. For record, UDM is not represented in that council, and it is in black and white. Our party, UDM, if they say that we were part of the Azimio coalition, we contested in various and many counties. One example is in Siaya County, which is also the bedrock of Azimio. A member who was a candidate of under UDM has been called names, including hii ni watu ya Al-Shabaab, coming from Azimio. So that means we were not part of Azimio. That has been said, it's on record. So that shows we are not part and parcel of Azimio. We have moved away from you. Actually, we have run like Murife. It's not don't run, but we ran very fast. Standing order 2B is very clear. And I want to remind my former chairman of PAC, Honorable Ondanyi, that it says the clerk shall obtain certified copy of coalition agreement, not a letter. What we have is a letter by the political parties registrar, but not a certified copy of the coalition agreement. Why is this agreement not seen in public? You have just ruled out that one that was presented to you. You said some pages are blank. It is very true. We signed a blank paper under duress, under coercion, under threat. You have actually confirmed that what Honorable General has presented is blank in some pages. And that is exactly what they presented to some of the members on 12th of March at KICC. The most important part is that we have freedom of association and freedom of movement. We are no longer part of Azimio because they never treated us as one. I've given the examples why. We're not in the council. During campaigns, they treated us as Madodoa, as my friend Honorable Cheng has confirmed. Our party, UDM, has 8 members in the National Assembly and 3 in the Senate. We are that strong, and we are fully in Kenya Kwanza coalition. We have signed a post-election agreement in broad daylight where all the pages were signed, initialed, and I was present as a senior member of UDM. The one that we signed in KICC on 12th of March, we have not seen any of the copies except the last page only had a signature. So whatever we signed is what now Honorable Junet has brought with some pages which are blank. That is hot air. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm as the Deputy Party Leader of UDM that we are firmly in Kenya Kwanza coalition, and we are no longer, or we do not want any association with Azimio One Kenya Party. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Lekorere. Mheshimiwa, are you called Lekorere or Korere? Korere. You have the floor. Give the honorable member the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, indeed, I want to confirm to this House that Jubilee is a member of the Kenya, No, please. Jubilee is a member of the Azimio.
All the honorable members.
Hold your horses, members. No.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
You will be heard in silence, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, I want to ask my colleagues in Kenya Kwanza that a woman standing here is an independent woman. I didn't come to this parliament through some party waves. I created my own wave which brought me here. And I am in Jubilee and I am in Azimio One Kenya Alliance. And I want to confirm this, Mr. Speaker. You know, a lot of people have talked about coercion and duress. And they left me wondering, what kind of cowards do you have in this house? I mean, full men, upstairs and downstairs, talking of coercion. I mean, Honorable Speaker, Was it at gunpoint? Was it at knife point? Could they scream for help? What exactly was the problem? And Honorable Speaker, a lot of people have been talking and making reference to this constitution. The same constitution these members want to define. Because we have been read Article 108 and 107. As to who is the majority leader, it leaves no doubt. It is Azimio, honorable members, until such a time when you can walk out of this marriage. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, because I come from a community where polygamy is accepted and it is actually celebrated. And Honorable Speaker, in this marriage, some of our members have chosen to flirt with the people they think have money. Wait until you know where that money is coming from. And I want to plead with the members of this House. You know, today we are enjoying democracy that a lot of Kenyans died for.
There's a point of order, Honorable Korere.
You know, Honorable Speaker, when you state something, Honorable Speaker, more so when you state something as the Honorable Sarah Korere is stating and waving a copy of the Constitution, and she quotes Article 107 and 108, and qualifies that by saying that if you read, then you will know Azimio is the majority party. I think Honorable Sarah Korere is completely out of order, because there is nothing in the Constitution, either in Article 107 or Article 108, that decrees that a party by name is a majority party. And I think, Honorable Speaker, it is important that she withdraws that statement, because you are talking about defilement of the Constitution. It is defilement of the Constitution to purport that the Constitution decrees that Azimio is a majority party. Article 108, Sarah Korere, maybe, Honorable Speaker, if she has not had the benefit of reading Article 108, it is simply defining what the majority party is, who is the majority party, point. But not the certain political party, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Korere, endelea.
Honorable Speaker, I might not want to respond to Honorable Ichung'wah, but I also want to inform him that I'm properly schooled, I'm not semi-literate, I'm not illiterate. I can read this Constitution. All what I was making reference to is we cannot purport to defend the same Constitution which we again at the same time want to define. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I was saying, the democracy we are enjoying today, Kenyans fought for it, some died for it, and some members, you know, somebody spoke about slave trade. Indeed, there is slave trade in this country. That is why you are seeing our young people going to Saudi Arabia, being promised heaven on earth. The same way. Honorable. Some guys are crossing the floor now because they have been promised heaven.
Honorable member for Ganze. The honorable member for Ganze. If you speak in 3 minutes, I'll give the last chance to Honorable Atandi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Speaker. Kwanza kwa sababu hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza.
It's your maiden speech?
Yes.
Okay, you will be heard in silence.
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwanza nataka nichukue nafasi hii nishukuru watu wa Ganze kwa kuniamini na kunichagua kuwa mbunge wao katika hili bunge la 13. Mimi nimechaguliwa kwa chama cha PA. Na kusema kweli Bwana Speaker, nikisimama hapa leo ninashangaa kusikia kuwa watu wa chama cha Azimio One Kenya Coalition wanasema kuwa chama cha PA ni miongoni mwa vile vyama ambavyo viko katika muungano huo. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kuwa chama cha PA kilitoka katika muungano wa Azimio tarehe 8 mwezi wa 5, miezi mitatu kabla ya uchaguzi. Na hii ilifanyika kwa sababu gani?
hii ndoa ya PAA na Azimio ilikuwa si ndoa iliyo sawa, kwa sababu kulikuwa na mizozano mingi sana. Nakumbuka wakati wa kampeni, chama cha Azimio kija kule mashinani kule Pwani kilikuwa hakiruhusu wanachama wa vyama vingine waweze kuungana katika ile mikutano yao. Walikuwa haruhusu hata campaign posters ziwe printed katika chama cha Azimio. Kwa hivyo tulipata shida sana wakati wa kampeni. Watu wa Azimio ama kupitia ODM walikuwa wamejaa kiburi, walikuwa wamejaa madharau, na walikuwa haruhusu mikutano yao watu wa vyama vingine waende pale. Kama walikuwa hawatutaki wakati huo, nashindwa kwa nini wanatutaka saa hizi. Mimi nikikaa hapa najiuliza tu, kwa mfano kama Azimio ingechukua serikali, wangekubali kweli kuwa hivi vyama vingine wawe karibu na wao? Sidhani kama ingekuwa hivyo. Kwa hivyo sisi tunashukuru muungano wa Kenya Kwanza ulitukaribisha, na kwa miezi mitatu kabla ya uchaguzi tulifanya kampeni tukiwa katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Na hata saizi mimi ni kuomba tu kuwa wanachama wote, wabunge watatu wa chama cha PAA walio ndani ya bunge hili, hao hawako ndani ya muungano wa Azimio, lakini wako katika muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, na hapo ndio tutabaki katika muda wa maisha wa bunge hili. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Honorable members, we still have actually 30 minutes. I want to ask the House if you concur. We have a reduction to 3 minutes so that we can have at least 10 members to speak to this. Atandi, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And like all my colleagues have done, I want to congratulate you for being elected the Speaker of the 13th Parliament, and also to thank my voters, the great people of Alego Usonga, for re-electing me to this House. Honorable Speaker, since the introduction of multi-party democracy in Kenya 30 years ago, I am the first to be re-elected into Parliament, and so I want to thank my voters for that. Honorable Speaker, coming back to this matter, I can see that you are being persuaded to rule in favor of Kenya Kwanza in as far as the majority leadership of this House is concerned. But I want to urge you to confine yourself to the standing orders of this House, which says that the authority, standing order number 2B, the authority from where you are supposed to receive the guidelines on the majority leadership of members of this House is the registered political parties. I want to urge you to restrict yourself to that standing order when you sit back to make your decision on this matter, because we cannot purport to be guiding you on which side is majority when the law is very clear. The standing order is also very clear. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, I have seen that most members are complaining that they were coerced into joining Azimio la Umoja coalition. And I want to be specific to my brother, David Ochieng, who is here, who is my neighbor. Honorable Speaker, David Ochieng joined Azimio la Umoja coalition by force. Actually, we didn't even want him to join. He joined by force because he knew that without Azimio la Umoja, he will never be elected, he will never be here. He was using Baba's name. He was using Baba's name to be able to be elected. Same as these UDM members. Honorable Speaker, if you rule in any other way, then, Honorable Speaker, you are helping in mutilating democracy.
I will give the floor to the Honorable Julius Meli. Julius Meli. 3 minutes. You will get time to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise
if
to...
you can compress your argument in 2 minutes, so much even the better.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well guided. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the people of Tindred for giving me this chance to serve them for the third time in this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you most sincerely, especially for giving us this time to deliberate and to talk about the issues that are before us. But to make it very clear, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is quite clear on which party forms the majority in this House. And it has been said very clearly by the honorable members, by the Constitution 108, Article 108, that the party with the majority, and it has been stated quite clearly by our majority leader designate, Honorable Ishungwa, that we have 179 membership in this House. Honorable Speaker, the standing orders put it very clear that the party with the largest number of members forms the majority party. That you've been magnanimous enough to allow us to actually ventilate here and to show the House and the country that Kenya Kwanza Alliance is actually the majority party. Azimio One Kenya Alliance, Honorable Speaker, has had its house built by force, by coercion, by actually blackmailing members. And I think there is a lot of testimony here from a number of members, from all parties, from Chap, from UDM, and from even PAR, that they are actually not in that coalition. And the Honorable Speaker, you've known that even during the campaigns, Chap, PAR, and all the other parties campaign with Kenya Kwanza. That they are actually being counted in Azimio is illegal and it is actually unconstitutional. Honorable Speaker, you realize that in Article 36 of the Constitution and 38, that there is freedom of expression, there is freedom of association. Therefore, by forcing these members to sit in Azimio One Kenya Alliance is actually unconstitutional, illegal, and should actually be voided. And therefore, you guide this House that One Kenya Alliance, Kenya Kwanza is actually the majority party in the House. Thank you.
Owen Bayer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I also want to thank the people of Kilifi North for re-electing me. But I would like to say at the onset that before we amended the law on political parties, there was sufficient law for Azimio to be a coalition. There was sufficient law. And they didn't need to change the constitution to form themselves into a political coalition, political party. Now that the chicken have come to roost, they want to come back and say they are a coalition. Mr. Speaker, they are a coalition political party and they don't have membership here. And Mr. Speaker, rule that there is no Azimio coalition on the first. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on Article 259 of the Constitution, there is the element of good governance. When you have a president who runs the executive, you have the party that is not in government running pick and pack. We have had the argument between Badi and Babu Owino about who will be the chair of pick and pack. In essence, preparing themselves to sit in the minority. Because it is the minority side that will check government. Now, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have the
Point
team that says...
From Honorable Badi.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely out of order to misrepresent facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of park and pick, we decided on our own to say that it will be chaired by a party or coalition of parties which is not forming the national government. There is no mention of majority or minority.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get into an argument with the former. You know, that's why ODM removed him. But I also want to say that I don't want to listen to you now. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have the party that is purporting to be majority in Parliament to actually sit in pick and pack at the same time. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, fidelity to the Constitution. The article on political rights and the articles on freedom of association needs to guide you, Mr. Speaker, so that you can protect the fundamental rights of the members of the parties that I've said to be in Azimio. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kabondo Kaspul.
This one. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to thank my constituents in Kabondo Kasipul for electing me for the second time. Secondly, I want to congratulate you for being elected the Speaker of this House. Mr. Speaker, what we are talking about today is a matter of numbers to determine who is majority and who is the minority. Mr. Speaker, we have received communication from the office of the regulator. And the regulator has stated clearly that the majority, as we speak, is on the Azimio side as of the 7th of September. Mr. Speaker, we signed coalition agreements. And when you sign an agreement, you abide by those laws of that agreement. Mr. Speaker, I did not see anybody being pulled or being forced to sign those agreements. In any agreement, Mr. Speaker, or contract, there is an exit clause. And we have an exit clause within the coalition agreement of Azimio. The members who are not comfortable with Azimio after the marriage are free to move, but within certain rules and regulations of that contract. Mr. Speaker, we know that it ends on the 9th of November. Mr. Speaker, today, Azimio is the leader. But on the 9th, that might be a different question altogether. And this parliament is unique, Mr. Speaker. We have never had a parliament, apart from 2007, where the majority was not clearly defined by the numbers. And therefore, it will be your wisdom and the letter from the regulator that will determine what happens today. But after the 9th, I don't think you may have a problem if those people decide to stay with the Kwanza or with the Azimio. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask them to be patient and wait for the time to exit.
Member for Kangundo. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate you for coming as a speaker, and also indeed I thank people of Kangundo for electing me second time as a party leader of GDDP. Honorable Speaker, indeed, we as GDDP, we signed the coalition with Kenya Kwanza. And Mr. Speaker, as we try to go to make the determination, I want you to follow the following plea from we as Grand Dream Development Party. Article 48, sub-article 2, it gives us the definition of largest parties and the largest coalition in this house so that we can determine what is majority and minority. Mr. Speaker, this article, sub-article 2, we have talked about it very much. But I want, when we are coming with determination, to tell us how many coalitions went for election in 2022 in this 2022 election. One, I want to know whether Azimio Coalition Party was a coalition as well as Kenyans or was a party. Second, Honorable Speaker, I put a plea to you in Standing Order 20, sub-article 2, subsection 2. Subsection 2 gives us the majority party gives the minority leader, majority leader. The minority party with the number which produced this house gives the majority leader. So we want to understand if the majority party, which is not in coalition with another party, can give majority leader with a deputy leader from another party. This also is going to affect the people in the minority side. We want to know through Standing Order 20, Section 2, that the party which forms the minority, if it's ODM, we want to know whether the deputy can come from Wiper. Again, Honorable Speaker, we want to understand the right of movement and association. Article 36, sub-article 2, give the right of association. But that right, does it go with value or leave the value where you are? So I want to migrate from this coalition or shifting my party. Do I shift with my voting rights or I leave my voting right where I signed an agreement before? I'm going also to Article 38. Article 38 gives the shifting of political parties. Today, as a party leader, my member can shift. to another political party. Mr. Speaker, the noise cannot stop me pursuing my case. Honorable Speaker, if today a member moved from UDA party to ODM party, does he live?
Your time is up. Member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there are quite a number of issues that I wanted to raise on this matter. However, because I'll only have 3 minutes, I think it would be in order for me to just frame the issues for you as you retreat to determine this matter. Mr. Speaker, there will be a number of issues that you shall be considering. And I think of important, firstly, you shall be considering the issue of the contracts that were entered into in the pre-election coalitions, and also the contracts that have been entered into in the post-election coalitions, Mr. Speaker. We have heard this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, that contracts were obtained under duress, Mr. Speaker. Contracts were obtained under coercion, Mr. Speaker. Contracts were obtained under intimidation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that you shall want to preside over, to apply your mind on.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect, Mr. Speaker, issues of coercion and intimidation today were raised so much on this floor. But, Mr. Speaker, do you have any expertise to know whether there was coercion or whether there was intimidation? Do you have that knowledge, Mr. Speaker? Just like the way you dismiss my document, can you clear that matter now, Mr. Speaker? Whether you have the capacity to know there was coercion, there was intimidation, Mr. Duress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I can assure you, Honorable Junet, that in coming
Mr. Speaker, so that he doesn't hit into my...
I'll only consider material facts.
I'll ask the table to just reserve my time, Mr. Speaker. But the second issue I think that you should apply your mind on, Mr. Speaker, when you retreat, is this issue of freedom of association, Mr. Speaker. Is anyone bound to be in a place where they don't want to be, Mr. Speaker? And I shall not even exhaust more time on that. Mr. Speaker, the most important issue that I think you should consider is that this matter is of great public interest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how you determine this matter is going to determine whether this House shall apply itself to the constitutional mandate that it has been given by the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Because as we speak now, this House has business to prosecute, Mr. Speaker. We might not even afford time to waste as we determine on such issues that are clear as day and night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to remind ourselves that very fateful Sunday that we were called out of recess to come and prosecute this matter as the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who is talking about duress is the one who, if you go to our parliament broadcasting tapes, you will see the man who uprooted the speaker on that fateful night as I was trying to contribute to this matter, to try and warn the honorable member for Suna East that this is a law that shall come back to bite them from the behind, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it will be upon you, Mr. Speaker, to just retreat and determine these matters, and it shall come out, Mr. Speaker, clearly that there is a coalition party, there is a coalition of political parties, and there is a party. And when you consider all this, it shall be found that Kenya Kwanza is actually the majority. Mr. Speaker, to quote Honorable Junet,
the honorable member for Embakasi South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. First, let me start off by thanking the people of Embakasi South for having seen it fit for me to serve them for the second term. Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear. The only person to determine which party or coalition a party belongs in is the registrar of political parties. The registrar of political party has expressed herself and indicated where these parties belong. She has also written and indicated that the earliest they can exit is on November 9th. So as we sit here today, they all belong in Azimio. Mr. Speaker, some of them went to court and they were advised that they must adhere to the regulations that they appended their pens on, and the earliest they can exit is on November 9th. So any ruling that's contrary to the advice of the only person that is allowed to register political parties and coalition, any ruling to that contrary would be unconstitutional by itself. Thank you.
The member for Kiminini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and congratulations for being elected Speaker and all members as well. I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty and the great people of Kiminini for getting me to this August House. Back to the debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, numbers do not lie. After the elections, Azimio had 173, Kenya Kwanza had 164, there was 12 independents, which brings us to 349. And after the announcement of the Kenya Kwanza leader, candidate to be the president, as they always say, success has got many mothers and fathers. There was a shift. But constitutionally, if you look at the Political Parties Act of 2011, a political party can only enter into a new coalition agreement after finally exiting an existing one. Now, what our brothers have done, who moved to Kenya Kwanza, they just gave an intention. They've shown an intention to move. Because constitutionally, as much as we also really respect our Article 36, the right of association, but at the same time, that association should exist within the legalities. And what we know, an example, within that agreement, there were some parameters. We don't live in a legal vacuum. There were timelines. I noted this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, even a simple movement from that side of the aisle to this side, you have to walk out and bow before you cross. So I do not see why such a weighty matter could not be worked on within the legalities. So to me, my humble submission, Mr. Speaker, sir, the world is watching, Kenya is watching, your non-legal expertise and acumen is now under test. And your illustrious career in both houses, Senate and this Parliament, counts. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, with all due respect, our expectation is to see your brilliancy through a fair ruling. And asking myself a very simple question. When the books of history are being written, and we are talking about the ruling in the 13th Parliament by Speaker Moses Wetangula, which part of the ruling will you want to be, a progressive one or a retro-progressive one? And finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me just to make a quote here from Shirin Ebadi, not John Badi. Shirin Ebadi is an Iranian woman. In 2003, was the first one to get a Nobel Peace Prize. And what she said, if you want to raise a crop for 1 year, plant corn. If you want to raise a crop for decades, plant trees. If you want to raise a crop for centuries, raise men. And if you want to plant a crop for eternities, raise democracies. Mr. Speaker, sir, we count on your experiences and all acumen. Thank you very much.
The member for Mhaya.
Very lucky. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance, and congratulations. Also thank the people for Mhaya for giving me a chance to represent them again in this second term. Honorable Speaker, when you retire to your table to make a decision, I think for me, what will really count will be Article 2 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. because this one pronounces itself on the superiority of the Constitution and really brings out the idea and fact that any other agreements made must be constitutional. So if there are any agreements that are lasting 2 months, they are lasting 1 month, and they are not constitutional, or they are really blocking the certain rights as stipulated in Articles 36 and 38, then those will be null and void. That one way, Honorable Speaker, will not have to avoid. Honorable Speaker, another thing, and I hear a few speakers almost threatening you about the history that you'll make. Don't be worried. It seems every speaker who comes here has to make some tough decision. Yours is this one, for me, that you really finally have to make a decision on whether these collisions that we are talking about are determined pre or post. And that is really the decision that will help us move forward into posterity. Because one speaker did allude on the American case and how the minorities, sometimes the government may not have the majority. But the best case study would be found in Europe, especially France and Germany, where collusions are the order of the day. And you will notice, Honorable Speaker, that most of those decisions are made after, post-election agreements are the ones that really make decisions in those two dominions or countries on which side holds government and holds the majority. So a better case study would be found in Europe and not even in America. Honorable Speaker, Article 36 is so serious, but it has been spoken on by many speakers, that the rights of the individual and the person, or even the party, is very important. So if we shall curtail the rights of people for several months because we signed some agreement or some document, honestly, we shall be just progressing slavery. Honorable Mbadi, I think you should surrender this matter once and for all. And I want to remind you one thing as I conclude. One Honorable Bunyasi tried to assist you when we were making this law, but Junet almost beat that guy, and I went to protect him with my broken arm. Remember the Bunyasi Amendment. You are roasted. Thank you.
The Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because I have only 3 minutes, I'll congratulate you tomorrow and also thank my people of Tharaka tomorrow when I have 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you retire to make this decision, your wisdom is going to revolve around the following points. Number one, the Azimio agreement that we're talking about is a contract like any other. That contract or that agreement can be vitiated by the well-known principles of law, where all contracts are vitiated when they are either void ab initio or they are voidable. And for every intent, with the facts we are getting, this contract actually may be void, but most importantly, it is being voided by the parties that got into it. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will have to determine for us whether you can actually curtail the freedom of association as enunciated in Articles 36 and 38 of the Constitution. Are you able to tether these members to a coalition where they do not feel they actually fit? I do not think you can, but again here, you will have to extend your wisdom. Mr. Speaker, one of the speakers alluded to the fact that those who signed this agreement, including those who are now vitiating it, may have been ignorant. A contract is not law. Therefore, we cannot apply the maxim of ignorance of law. A contract is a matter of fact, in which case, it doesn't matter whether you are ignorant or not, the fact remains, and what you're going to look at is whether the deed we are talking about is a deed by these parties. These parties are actually expressing the maxim that this is not their deed. It's in Latin known a factum plea, that this is not our deed, and therefore we only signed things that may have been fraudulent, that may have been coercive, which are now null and void. By doing so, it will come out clear that these parties are entitled to move, and by that movement, Kenya Kwanza coalition actually has a majority. So do find like that for us. Thank you.
Dagoretti South. Beatrice Elachi. North, sorry. Sorry, Honorable Elachi.
It's okay, Speaker.
Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the people of Dagoretti North and to congratulate you. And to say in 2 words, Mr. Speaker, that indeed if we knew who the majority was, today we would not be debating. And if indeed it was Kenya Kwanza, we would not be debating. But because we don't know, and they know very well they didn't have the numbers, we've come here now to ask for your wisdom in terms of how we move on in this House. But having said that, I think it was very clear after the elections, the Azimio One Kenya was the majority. The reasons why the Azimio remained as a coalition that is corporate was for purposes of knowing very well you were supposed to come in the House and indeed to form the committees and to form the majority of this House. The Constitution was also very, very clear that indeed you can have an executive and you can have an executive without having the legislative arm. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, 2 things that you'll be looking at. We have parties that have gone to court. Those parties are part again of those agreements. We must ask ourselves, indeed they never knew that this House will give them either the agreements they want, and that's why they went to court. And so we cannot come here again and await and give them the right in this House when they knew very well they wanted to go to court to have their rights there. So the second thing we have to ask ourselves also, as we move on, and they have a right to move, Mr. Speaker. They have a right to move to any coalition that they wish. But indeed it is important for posterity, for the 13th Parliament, that Kenyans know which side was at that time majority and minority, to ensure that in your ruling, we will respect the rule that you gave us, the act of political parties that you gave us. If indeed you knew it was a bad law, you would have rushed to court even before we went to election, the way we did in the 11th Parliament when you were pouring water on the security bill. So it's the same thing. So I would want to urge, can we move on fast and come in November and we discuss again this matter?
Order,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I want to sincerely thank you for the tremendous decorum and industry in prosecuting this matter before the House. No member has veered off the beaten track. You have all treated each other with absolute dignity, and going forward, this is how we should conduct ourselves, even in most animated situations. Respect for our standing orders is sacrosanct. I will consider the matters that you have prosecuted before the House, and I'll give you a reasoned ruling touching on the facts, the jurisprudence, the constitutionality of the issues, and any other matters that you conversed on Thursday, the 6th of October, 2022 at 2:30. Honorable members, it is now 7 p.m. and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 5th October, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.